Good morning, everybody, and welcome to the Modus Super Series here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. It's going to be day two coming right at you in the next few minutes. But before we get into Tuesday, which is moving day here in Portsmouth, let's have a little look and see what happened yesterday on day one of week 4. Tom, hit this first.
On the fifth leg.
Answers on the postcards.
3-1. 60 needed. And tops.
Game
Just too good.
Really,
Really good
Tom
15 darter
Lonsdale.
there from Tom. Only had a couple of ton plus finishes today. How good is that dart? Seriously impressive finding that 60 that way.
Still readies himself in the background in case he gets another throw in this match. In case he gets another throw on this day, but he's not. And John Worsley completes the card on day one.
That was the last day of September in 2024 here at the Modus Super Series then, and as we go into October, it's not going to be a pinch and a punch and a first of the month for this guy because Matthew Edgar's back with us. Welcome back, Matt. I know that you weren't here yesterday, but what we did see from yesterday was really intriguing coming into the midpoint of this week.
Yeah, I think all we saw yesterday really was that little bit of quality from John Worsley, a little bit of timing. We saw a lot of the time he'd win games, shaking his head, disappointed, but what he's got is that little bit of experience of getting over the line. He's the only player in this field that's had a PDC tour card before, and I think that really shown yesterday because statistically there's not really much between the players, so it's all going to come down to a little bit of moment, a little bit of timing, which when you've reached a Pro Tour semi-final, you know you've got.
How do you think John's going to feel coming into day two, knowing that he's won 5 out of 5? Because anybody who is perfect on their first day will think that they will win Group A. Do you think that's how he's going to be feeling?
Absolutely right now, because he would have came in here today knowing he didn't play his best darts yesterday. He played good darts, but he knows he's capable of more, and he knows there's more. That's why you're seeing from the clips at the start of the show, he's winning games and shaking his head rather than being happy because he's getting wins without hitting his peak performance. Now, if he can beat everybody with his B game, he will come in here thinking, when I start going, there's no one in this room that can touch me because they can't touch me when I'm not playing my best. So he'll have that in the back of his mind and he'll certainly be confident, absolutely.
When it comes to Stevie Johnston, we have seen him go through the heartache of the Modus Super Series in the past in trying to make Saturdays and even on Saturday nights. What did you make of him yesterday? Because I was talking about the possibility of him maybe floating under the radar and feeling a bit more comfortable.
Well, he's had some big wins in this building, and he's getting close. And the thing I like about him is he doesn't care what people think about him, and he's willing to put it all out there. And that's something you need when you go onto a stage, certainly like this. And that's why he's took to it so well, and he's got those big wins. I would just like to see it a little bit more from him today. I'd like him to go up there and almost be like, I don't care who you are, what you've done, I don't care what you think of me. This is me, this is how I play my game, and go up there, all guns blazing, come out swinging.
Did anybody else catch your eye yesterday?
It was interesting seeing Jim Mayer actually bottom of the table, didn't manage to pick up any wins. That for me is quite interesting because this is a guy who's been travelling the circuit recently on the WDF side of things. I've seen him in Belgium, he had a good run in Las Vegas. That to me, if you're putting that level of investment into your darts and into your career to travel the world, Vegas isn't round the corner. This is a long flight and an expensive flight to play darts. That means you believe in yourself that I'm going to make Lakeside or I've got the ability to win these tournaments because you don't travel that far if you don't. He didn't show it yesterday, but surely that little bit of a nugget of information makes us think he's not going to go through the card again without a win.
One of the things that you touched on, Matt, was that everything was quite tight yesterday. And we've got a graphic here for you to have a little look at. Now, if you've got Worsley on the left-hand side of this graphic, what we're doing is we're showing you the leader of the pack. And as we go to the right-hand side, it's people who are following him in the table. But as you can see, Kai Gotthardt had the best average of anybody, but the range between worst and best yesterday was very tight, wasn't it?
It was, and that average there, best average 88.47. If you're throwing better stats than everybody else, but you're not able to get the results, then maybe that means you lack something. Maybe you don't quite have, I hate the word bottle, but I'm going to use it because it's a very understandable term. So I looked into that and I thought, is there anything I can actually argue this case with? Absolutely. Players' Championships this year, Damon Heta, Brendan Dolan, big names, big talents that he's beat, top 32 players in the world and regular top 32 players in the world, and he beat them 6-5. That means he's gone 5-5 with top players in the world, and he's had to win that last leg, and he's done it twice already this year. That, for me, tells me when you're looking for someone to make a move on day 2, look no further than Kai Gotthardt.
Well, when it comes to the table from yesterday, this is what happened because John Worsley at the top on 10 points has already got a 4-point cushion over Stevie Johnston and Tom Lonsdale, who we haven't even mentioned at this point. But Dan Astbury and Kai Gotthardt, who will play in the first game today, they've got a fair bit of chasing to do. But when it comes to the outrights for winning the group, John Worsley, not a surprise, at favourite at 4-7. Stevie Johnston following at 9-2, but is there a little bit of sneaky value in Kai Gotthardt if he gets off to a hot start today?
100%. 100%. That form franked in regards to what we've seen from him this year. He's beat big players. Darius Labanauskas, the winner of week 1, he's beat him this year on the Challenge Tour. So certainly there is value there in Kai Gotthardt. The problem is he's given a big lead to John Worsley, and he has to hit the ground running. He's up in our first game. He can serve up a little bit of scoreboard pressure there. That head-to-head would become vital if you've took Kai Gotthardt, but he has to win this opening game.
Well, it'll be interesting to see what we can hear from Kai from this morning, because when he got to the arena, first player in the practice room this morning, he was eager to get going. He will be in the first match, and a little bit before he started practicing this morning, I caught up with him. Kai, a very warm welcome to the Modus Super Series, your debut this week. How do you feel your first day went?
Yeah, it was good from scoring, but my doubles are not so good yesterday. Let's see what's happened right now, today, and yeah.
You must be really happy with the way German darts is going at the moment. Obviously, Martin Schindler is doing very good things. Does that inspire you to become better?
Yeah, it inspired me to become better, and yeah, Martin is playing really well this time, and yeah.
One of the things that we hear from players coming here for the first time is that on Mondays they feel a little bit nervous, but on the Tuesdays they feel a little bit more comfortable. Is that the case for you today?
Yeah, I'm not nervous yesterday, but yeah, I feel better today because yeah, it's better at it the second day because everything is new, and yeah.
Have you spoken to any of your German friends who have come here before about their experiences here at the Modus Super Series?
Yeah, I spoke a lot with René Adams, yeah.
And looking forward to Tuesday and Wednesday, do you have big ambitions of winning this group, or would you maybe prefer to play all week and get ready for a first Saturday?
Yeah, I want to win, but with 2 wins on Monday, it's not so easy. Let's look that I come second or third place, and then let's see what's happened this week.
What I can tell you is that you had the best running average of Monday ahead of anybody else. Okay. So maybe that will give you a bit more confidence going into Tuesday.
Yeah, that sounds good. I don't look at the average. I don't know it. And yeah, it's good to hear it.
Well, we hope you have a really, really good day, Kai. All the very best.
Yeah, thank you.
He's just a big cuddly giant, isn't he, Kai Gotthardt? And it's nice to see someone with a big smile on their face ahead of what could be a very tough day against 5 somewhat familiar opponents now, as Kai will continue his debut week against Dan Astbury, who has the same amount of points as this man, 29-year-old from Esslingen in Germany, throwing a 20-gram Evolution dart. On debut, like we've mentioned, nicknamed the Tunnel, and we got to the bottom of that one yesterday because apparently there's a Gotthardt tunnel in Germany. So, Dan is the elder statesman of this first game of the day. And it'll be interesting to see who makes the move, Matt, on Tuesday, because there are possibilities for sure today.
Well, Jack Garwood's got the best seat in the house. He's going to be stood right next to the board, calling in all the action. But absolutely.
First. Game on.
I think we're going to see quite a bit of movement. I don't see anything within the players that registered the highest points yesterday to suggest they're that much better than the players down at the bottom. So I do expect it all to bunch up. And do you know what? We kind of got that vibe as well when you look into the head-to-head clashes and you see the amount of games that went the distance yesterday.
96.
That's sort of another indicator that there's really not much between these players.
Yeah, just to emphasise your point,
95.
Matt. 8 games yesterday went the distance. That's more than half. Not that we have a half in 15 games. You can't have 7.5 games going the distance.
57.
So 8 is more than half, just to clear that up. And coincidentally, 4 games at the start, 4 games at the end
125.
went the distance. And this was one of them, because Astbury, with the last game of the day, was able to get 2 extra points, which at this stage
96.
could
You
prove
require
crucial.
141.
Oh, what a start this could be.
129.
Just misses double 12 for a 12 darter there. We said this could be a guy that makes a move, and maybe he's sensing the same.
108.
Just a little knock on the door from Dan.
12.
As he gets his 7th 180 of the week.
Game shot on the
But it
first
is in
leg
vain
by
as Kai
Gotthardt.
takes the first leg of the day. And a very, very good start indeed for the big
Second
lad from
leg,
Germany.
It's Dan to throw first. Game
Do you know,
on.
I actually quite like that about the Super Series. You know, when you said we can't have a half. I actually quite like the fact we can't have a half, because
134.
normally when the choice is to have a half, people select that. It's like when you ask someone, give me a rating out of 10 on this. It should always be out of 9, because it
84.
makes you make a decision one way or the other. It's either going to be slightly worse or slightly better. And that's the same with those head-to-heads. It's either less than half or more than. It can't be in the middle.
22.
And maybe that's the best thing about Group A, because it's going to be 3 games against each opponent, and there will be a winning record for every player against
97.
another. But Dan's had this look over the last couple of days, one of, I don't even know if this is a word, disgruntlement,
84.
or feeling disgruntled. And that probably stems from some of the things that happened early yesterday. He was 3 from 14
81.
in his first game against John Worsley. He was then 3 from 15 in his second game, and that was against Lonsdale. He lost both of those matches. His doubles percentage today
100.
must improve if he's going to be one of those players who makes a move.
Full disclosure, disgruntlement is actually a word according to Dr. Google,
95.
of which,
Dan, you
even if it
require
wasn't, I'd know exactly what
161.
you was trying to say. So it's one of those great words.
I'm just glad it's not one of those days where I'm trying to make up a word.
84.
Well, Kai was pretty
Kai,
close
you
on the
require
141.
144.
What about the 144?
96. Dan, you require 77.
This is the kind of shot that should merit a dart for the leg, which it does.
Game shot on his second leg. Dan Astbury.
And that's exactly what he needs. It proves the point. If you can be just a little bit sharper than 29%
Third
on your
leg,
doubles,
It's Kai to throw first.
you might just
Game on.
catch a few players out today.
And you feel that's the difference, isn't it, between this group?
125.
Those little combination finish shots. It's not going to be about taking out a 1-6-7 to break the throw somewhere and that be a deciding moment. You're going to get opportunities in this group, because there's not
140.
much difference between the players and what they've done previously and what they've done so far this week. It's going to come down to an 82, a 76, a
100.
71. That sort of range where you should expect to get a dart at a double, but you may get 2 if you get the first one successful.
80.
One thing that proves that point for you, Matt, is that we only had 4 ton plus checkouts from all 15 games yesterday, and the highest was 120. So we didn't see
81.
that massive checkout or a big cluster of them.
Interesting there from Kai Gotthardt. Shows how comfortable he is at the hockey, because if I was in that situation where Dan Astbury's lost a dart on the
97.
floor, he's trying to, I would have walked back from the hockey and came back and redid the whole visit. He just stood there juggling his darts in his hand for a bit and then hit a treble 20.
77.
At some point today, I really want to get your input on Kai's darts because they're about as intricate
59. Kai, you
as
require
anything you will see.
118.
Let's give him a chance to get 118 though. And with no hesitation, he tried to use the treble
38.
16.
Dan, you require 125.
It's a good setup from Dan,
85. Kai,
but it
you
could be a
require
2-1 lead for
80.
Gotthardt if he's sharp on the doubles as well.
$60.
Yeah, good line on that shot,
You
but
require 40.
didn't come out the way he wanted. Not with the amount of height anyway.
$30. Kai, you require 20.
Big chance missed, I feel. Kai comes back for that double 10 and takes it
Game shot on the
immediately.
Third leg, Kai Gotthardt. Fourth
Yeah,
leg,
I'd be
it's
relieved
Dan
with that
Astbury
shot,
first.
especially from what
Game
he
on.
said in his interview with you this morning when he was talking about his doubles not quite being there and then missing that opportunity, giving his opponent a chance. That can
100.
very quickly wake up that thought pattern and get you going down that rabbit hole where you do overthink the game. I think the second you start thinking of the game in the way he
134.
did coming in here, you're already getting down that road of overthinking when he's going, well, my scoring was there, but my doubles quite aren't, because at the end of the day, it's
41.
you're throwing darts in a leg of darts, and then when you're breaking it down into two sections, trebles and doubles, it's already complicating the equation.
61.
Speaking of that interview, when I raised the point about him having the best average for the day, he was oblivious to that. And
83.
it shows what kind of player he is. Because you and I both know, Matt, there are players out there, the first thing they do when the
96.
session is over, they go and watch it. They go and analyse what they do. They study their numbers. Kai seems like the kind of player that just doesn't really do that.
96.
And that creates its own ignorant strength, I like to put it.
Ignorance is bliss, isn't it, in most situations?
96.
And I wouldn't even say people go and look at their numbers and their averages at the end of the session. I've been down there in the playing arena before, and the second people come off, they can't wait to run to the back room
87.
to see what the average
Kai, you
was.
require 114.
Averages don't get you extra points.
54.
Combination finishes
Dan,
where
you
you get
require 94.
one dart, depending on what the first one does, I reckon are the big key today. Shots like this.
54. Kai, you
And
require
a miss on that
60.
opportunity is give Kai Gotthardt what he'll expect to be two darts to get the breaker throw and a little bit of a cushion.
$50.
He didn't look comfortable
Dan,
on
you
that double 10.
require 40.
And Dan can take full advantage of it.
Game
That
shot
was
on
the biggest
fourth
start of the
leg,
match.
Dan Astbury.
He's up to it. Yesterday I called him an uncomplicated
Fifth
player
leg, it's Kai to throw
with a lovely
first.
smooth action.
Game on.
How often these days do we see a dart player using fully knurled
85.
barrels? Very rarely. This is old school kit.
Do you know I do a lot of work with
59.
different brands, manufacturers, darts, shops, all around, not just in the UK, but around Belgium
60.
and slowly moving into Germany. And surprisingly, I can tell you that nil darts are slowly coming back into fashion.
100.
I raised when I first started, I thought no one's buying nil darts. Why are you thinking that? But actually, certainly across Belgium, it is a
58.
very, very popular dart.
That's an interesting thing. Maybe it's the next trend. And Dan's at the forefront of it.
Well, they do say trends tend to come around, so
100.
hopefully within the next 5 years, I'm going to look fashionable again.
134.
I can't see anything, Matt. I look like I'm ready for après ski today.
Yeah, it's check shirt day today here at the Modus Super Series.
That's first day of the month. And it's October now, however that happened.
134. Car you require 164.
Mark the first day of the month with a 164.
92. Dan you require 108.
Could this be our first Ton Plus finish of the day? You can see what he was trying to do there.
Car you require
Trying to sneak it in off the barrel. Just missed the mark.
$60.
I suppose in some ways, Kai's just missed the Deutsch mark. Oh, that's right in the bottom corner.
Dan Astbury.
I bet when he threw that, he was thinking, please don't go in the 32.
Sixth leg, it's Dan to throw first.
Somebody get Kai a glass of water, he's run out.
Well, we said he has managed to go the distance with those big names on the PDC Pro Tour this year. So you thought he might have managed his drink situation a little bit better.
Maybe he's as thirsty as Rob Cross.
60.
It's always one of the most solid bets, isn't it? Rob Cross, over 5.5 bottles of water per match.
140.
Just remember, if you are having a flutter on anything today, whether it's water consumption,
100
amount of 180s in a game, please gamble responsibly. Gambleaware.org for more information.
Yeah, the 180 market, normally
56.
a very popular one. We've had a couple of 180s to start us off today. Gotthardt with one and Dan Astbury one as well.
49.
This is a very decent chance for Astbury to get a first win and the double over Gotthardt over the last couple of
59.
days. There you can see there's not a great deal between them when it comes to their scoring pack.
100.
But there's that third maximum of this game.
Dan, you require 160.
Could it change things?
$137.
Well, Kai, that
Kai,
180 left you
require
this.
32.
Take us the distance.
Game shot on a sixth
Three
leg.
very well
Gotthardt.
thrown darts there. 2 wires, 1 in. And we're starting to see a little bit of desire.
Seventh and
from
final
Gotthardt.
leg. It's Kai to throw first.
When
Game
it's
on.
muted that way, I've got nothing against it. If you've got a full-on Johan Brouwer situation where they're going nuclear in game 1 of the day, I'd say maybe
93.
just temper it a little bit and use it a bit more effectively. But you can see what this means to Kai on debut. He doesn't want to let this game
59.
go.
I like to call that a Pro Tour celebration, because a lot of the time on the tour, you do something, you want to give it something, but it has to be muted, or
58.
else you may be getting a letter in the post, because they are played on 16 boards in a behind closed door, quiet environment where if you're screaming, shouting and jumping around, you
97.
may be putting someone off who's on match darts on the board next to you, who, you know, might be needing that to keep the card or qualify for the World Championships.
82.
You know what, Matt? I remember like it was yesterday, my first bunch of Players' Championship events in Vegas. And I was getting a little bit...
56.
Well, you know what I was like earlier in my career.
Animated.
I remember a very familiar Geordie Players Marshal coming up to me and saying, would you like to continue in this tournament?
100.
I said, of course. He said, well, stop doing that then. It was a friendly warning.
100.
Well, considering that Dan has not got 2 trebles there, it means that Kai has 2 visits to get rid of this 168.
100. $59.
The doubles percentages in this game
68.
are very conducive of what we had yesterday. Double two.
64.
And this is a big pinching opportunity for Astbury.
130.
It's a nice shot here for a player. You get 2 darts at a treble you've been throwing at the whole time. He's hit 1. It's going to be the bull.
105.
They have both had a chance to win this match.
4.
Who gets it? Kai gets it.
And the match, Kai Gotthardt.
And he reverses the fixture yesterday. Dan Astbury won on Monday by 4 legs to 3, and today Kai Gotthardt gets the job done. He had to survive a match start at the bullseye in the final leg, but for him, it's going to be 6 points after 6 rounds of play. When we come back, it will be Tom Lonsdale up against the leader, John Worsley. The first 2 points of the day go to the German Kai Gotthardt. So he's on 6 points in the table now, but stays in 4th position. As for Tom Lonsdale, if he beats John Worsley and becomes the first person to defeat him this week, he will jump into 2nd spot and just cause John a little bit of anxiety. But if he was to beat this young man from Bridgewater, down in the southwest of England, he can create, get this, a 6-point gap at the top after 6 rounds of play. Not very often do we see that. But he's wearing red today and he's got the Womble shirt on, so he means business. And yesterday, even without his best darts, Matt, he was still the king of this castle.
Just that little touch of match play, that little touch of quality, wasn't it, for John Worsley? That got him over the line. But actually, when we look statistically between the two,
First leg, it's Tom to throw first. Game on.
there's really not much to separate Worsley and Lonsdale. Running average for the day only separated by
59.
0.41 of a point. That's hitting a big 20 instead of a big 1 type difference. And on the checkouts, 0.57 of a percentage
41.
difference between the pair. So on the evidence of that, again, it's going to come down to little moments, like we said in the first game, not much to separate the quality
57.
between the players. So this could all come down to a 72 finish.
It would be somewhat fitting if that happens.
93.
Every time we see a 72 finish today, we're going to have to reference that. The last time
45.
Lonsdale was here, he had a pretty decent Group A campaign. By the end of the week, he did make Saturday, but he did look like he was running out of steam.
100.
This is a hard thing to do, playing 5 days to make a Saturday. One of the players in Group A will not have to play
85.
for 5 days in that quest. But I think experience will definitely tell this week. I'm not just talking about overall experience. I'm talking about
97.
Modus Super Series experience of this discipline. I wonder if Tom can be better at this discipline this week than previously.
134.
We very rarely see players that have a lot of mileage on the clock
170.
now be successful when they have to go through from a Group A. We see players even opt to stay away from the Group A now. Those players that have a lot of mileage on the clock in terms of reps on the dartboard.
121.
No shot at bull for Tom,
85.
but a chance for an opening
Johnny
leg for John
require
against the
36.
darts.
Game shot on the first leg.
He was blowing on his hands all day yesterday, and the way he's winning, just keep doing it.
Second leg. It's John to throw first. Game on.
Sometimes it's because of players wanting to warm their hands up, but some players, some very famous ones as well, blow on their hands because it's part of their process.
81.
I wonder how much of that comes down to physical, though, as well. We know John Worsley's gone through a lot of physical changes over the last 6 months or so, to the point he's lost
140.
5 stone in weight. I wonder how much of that also comes down to those physical changes and maybe changes to the circulation that maybe he's not getting the warmth and the blood to the fingertips at the moment.
That's a really good point.
124.
When they were talking about Phil Taylor constantly losing weight, gaining weight throughout the course of the late 90s,
125.
even towards 2017. That is a question I've never seen given to a dart player
40.
of experience. It might be worth asking John that either later today or maybe into tomorrow.
It might be even something he's not sure of the answer
60.
to. A lot of the times, you know, with these changes that people make, certainly in the physical aspect, we know John Worsley is following professional guidance and advice. He's going to boot camps and fitness camps
140.
where he's following a strict diet routine. He's flipping tyres. It's basically like a Rocky training movie every day for him at the moment.
140.
Bar the getting repetitively punched in the
Johnny
face
require
part.
116.
So maybe he's one of the rare people that will actually have the answer. Doesn't have the answer on the 116 though.
76. Tommy require 36.
Double nine.
Game shot on a
And
second
boy, did we
leg.
see
Tom
a
Lonsdale.
lot of double nines yesterday. For one of the most awkward doubles on the board,
Third leg. It's Tom to the
we
first.
saw a lot of success
Game on.
in the 10 o'clock position on the board yesterday.
140.
And if I may, Matt, we saw one of the weirdest finishes I can remember yesterday from Lonsdale. 57 left. He hits bullseye, 322.
80.
I know he was going for the 25 to leave 32, but it's always a risk
85.
when you're going for the centre of the board. But he did create his own little mini highlight by hitting double two on a 57 checkout.
It's really interesting, that, isn't it? Because we're now seeing players on 65
96.
looking for different routes because they're worried about hitting the ball going 25 tops. And it's the most traditional, the most used route for taking out 65.
140.
So it's interesting to see a player opt to try and include that. And what that tells me, surely, is Tom Lonsdale hates tops.
83. Tom, you require 136.
I think he hits that first dart.
55.
I don't think he's going to
Tom,
be
you
happy with the
require
entire visit.
142. 90. Tom, you require.
No, it's not a
81.
72 finish, but it's 52 if Tom doesn't take 24 more.
Game shot on the
That's a
third
really
leg.
nice
Tom
dart. He
Lonsdale.
takes the lead. And having the darts at the start of play yesterday, it
Fourth
really
leg is
was
John to
a
the row
weapon.
First. Game on.
In round one, we had 3 4-3 scorelines, and everybody won with the throw, including Lonsdale when he beat Johnston.
42.
If he gets off to the same sort of start today, he can jump to 8 points.
100.
But most importantly for everybody in this table apart from John, he will restrict the leader to 10.
You asked me about John Worsley at the start of the day and how I
6.
sort of thought he would feel, and a lot of that comes down to how he individually processed it. I span it from a positive narrative of, well, I've played my B game darts
49.
today, I've won them all. If I turn up, then I'm just going to walk through this group. I'm going to win the group quite convincingly. But what if we indulge in the other side of that for a moment? What if John Worsley got back to his room and went, got away with one today. I was a bit fortunate. I didn't play. I'm going to have to up it tomorrow or I'm
96.
vulnerable. And this just comes down to how you process those individual moments. And I guarantee you, when you're in those moments like John Worsley is, it's easier to process it the second way rather than that positive one of
41.
going, well, when I start, they can't touch me because I didn't play my best today.
What kind of person do you think he is?
82.
I think potentially he could be erring on option 2. And the only reason I say that is because he's still a
41.
little bit uncertain to where his game is. I remember when he came here last time, he said, I don't know what I'm going to be like. I've lost 5 stone in weight. I don't know where my throw is. My technique's
93.
slightly changed. My balance has slightly changed. And he's still going through that process now where he won't think of himself as, I'm a guy who reached a semi-final of a pro tour. He will be
58.
thinking, I'm a new
Tommy
guy, I'm a
Maguire,
new
81.
player, because he'll just notice those slight changes.
49.
There's your proof, Matt.
Tom, you require 100.
He's got 52 left to 1 dart and he goes for the 20. Didn't even entertain the single 12, so maybe you're right. Maybe tops is what he doesn't want. 56 left.
94. Tom, you require.
And when
32.
someone doesn't like tops, they tend to prefer double 16.
Game shot on the fourth leg.
Which gives
Tom
Lonsdale a really good opportunity now of getting a first win against John Worsley.
Fifth leg. It's Tom to throw first. Game on.
Again, they're blowing on his hands at the back, and sometimes if you feel cold in the hands, what that's going to
58.
mean is the hand's just not going to open. The registration of the brain when it says to release the dart is just going to be a little bit slower. That's why you need that little bit of warmth in the hands. And we're seeing,
99.
certainly at different times of years, hand warmers becoming very, very popular in people's dart case, to the point darts manufacturers now manufacture their own
137.
hand warmers, reusable hand warmers.
Most dart players have got a portable hand warmer attached to them every time they play. It's called a pocket.
100.
So if you retrieve with your left hand, which most right-handers do, what your immediate reaction should be, if your
81.
hand's just a little cold, is to put your right hand in your right pocket to keep it warm in between throws. That was something I used to do a lot in colder environments. And people used to make fun of me, Matt, when I was in Wigan
85.
or Barnsley in the winter, and I would have golf mittens on my hands in between matches.
100.
That all makes perfect sense. I've walked to venues before where I forgot gloves and I've put woolly socks on my hand just so you don't get cold.
Needs must. And if Lonsdale wants to finish
48.
this game in style,
You require 125.
a couple of bullseyes with a 25 in the middle would have been lovely. But he was given the
55.
luxury of not going that route because Worsley was on a bogey number. The moment that 57 goes in, look at Lonsdale in the background. Head down as if to say, right, get it done. Some of these players on the stage, from our vantage point, are very easy to read.
137. Tom, you require 70.
These are the shots. Interesting.
54.
I
John,
didn't
you
foresee him
require
going for that
32.
treble 12.
Well, that looks inviting.
Game shot
The
on
way
the
that
fifth
Worsley
flag.
starts
John
just
Worsley.
lay down in the board. Always going to be a nice one when he gets just on the outside wire. But I'm with you. I
Sixth
was looking
flag,
at big
it's John to
20
throw first.
for double
Game on.
16 and... Well, the 12... maybe he's one of those players, you know, some will never go for a route. The
78.
opportunity to bust is there. Maybe in that situation, match darts just worried about pulling it into the treble 20, which is so easy to do, and
58.
we've seen it so many times.
If you like double 16, you obviously want to leave it quite often.
140.
Taking what you've just said, Matt, on board, if he's trying to eliminate the bust shot completely by going for the 12 or the treble 12,
59.
I can get that. But at this level, it's a little cautious. Sometimes you've got to back yourself.
99.
If you can hit that big 20 under pressure, your confidence will grow.
Especially if you're willing to back yourself in a
84.
match shot situation of going for the 25 when it's just surrounded by miss. You go in the middle, you miss. You go outside, you miss.
Well, let's not forget as well, he did have a match dart. At double eight.
125.
And because he's missed it, Worsley has taken full advantage.
85. John, you require 59.
Tops is what he prefers.
Game shot on a sixth flag.
And it might
John
yield an
Worsley.
opportunity to get a 6th straight win.
Seventh and final leg. It's Tom to throw first. Game on.
If he gets out of this with a win and 2 more points, the Welshman is going to feel invincible.
140.
Interesting there. Worsley didn't watch any of those darts. When you get to that last leg situation, sometimes if you're a watcher of things, you stand at the back, you see the first 2 darts go in the treble, you think, here we
64.
go. But you'll be very disappointed with that after hitting a treble 20 with the opening dart.
Are you a watcher?
28.
I am and I'm not. So I'm very circumstantial. Like sometimes I can play complete with head, sometimes I like to know. I think it all depends the context of the situation, because
97.
sometimes just waiting and listening, because in these games you've got no choice but to hear what your opponent scored. So in those I'd probably watch, because you're going to find out anyway.
77.
I know what you mean, because when you've got a referee, you're going to hear the score. But if you're in an ADC environment or a PDC environment,
41.
you have to look at what they're hitting in order to realise what you're up against. What Tom's up against here
134.
is really interesting. Don't start in the 20s, John. Oh.
What Tom's up against now is a 1-2-2 finish, but he's going to have 6 darts to do it.
122.
Now what does he do? Treble 12 again?
82.
That time I can get behind it because he's got that luminescent flight in the way, and busting the score in that position was more likely.
100. Tom,
If
you
he can get rid of
require
this,
40.
things bunch up,
Get
which
shot.
they have.
And the match,
And
Tom
Lonsdale is going to second position in the table. He's going to be on 8 points now, just 2 points behind Worsley, who is now going to be someone who has tasted defeat for the first time here this week. So it's going to be yet another week here at the Modus Super Series where nobody has ever got 30 points from Group A. But Game 3's on its way. Mr. Mia up against Mr. Johnston in Game 3.
Next year, when that decision needs to be made, he's going to be 49. 1 year shy of the age of the seniors.
A very viable option. 2 players who are around that age. Well, what did he say about the 9?
Will we get the 1-4-1? Will the promise come true? Double 12.
Shot. And the match.
Steve
West
West has won the match with a 9 dart.
Harrison has kicked off the last leg in perfect style.
It's everything, really. Oh, he's timing this well again.
180.
With a 9-darter, treble 19. Treble 15 leaves double 18. Franchise Harrison to win the game in perfect style.
Hauled himself out of it. Yeah, it was something that Henry actually said in jest that I was quoted as saying Jared Cole is one of the most, sounds a bit fishy. Glenn, do you know my grandpa Mark Salmon?
Do you?
On a 177 and a 180. He's on a potential 9-darter. Come on, Jared. Yes, you beauty!
Nice and high, and has now got the game back into his
100.
own destination, and wow, the momentum is with him. Here we go.
108.
I wouldn't have said it.
41.
Don't jinx it. Yes. Yes! Double 12! Yes! Get in there, Lee Cox!
Well, I think it's fair to say that the blue touch paper has been well and truly lit.
108.
6th max of the match. Oh, hang about. Hang about. It's getting ridiculous now. Can Tommy Leishman give us back-to-back 9-darters in back-to-back games? He could, you know. He could, you know. Goodness gracious me!
Tommy Leishman.
Back-to-back 9-darters!
Thanks for staying with us. And now the end of round 1 is imminent. And it looks like we're following the same blueprint as yesterday because the first 2 games have gone 4-3 with the throw. And considering what we had in the final round of yesterday, it could be exactly what we had from that. As we welcome Luxembourg's finest back to the hockey. He's got the away shirt on today. Yesterday it was yellow and black. Today it's black and yellow. About 30 years of age from Mensdorf. Was at the Europe Cup in Slovakia over the last few days and made the last 16 in the team event up against Stevie Johnston, who got a 4-3 win yesterday against Mea. Can he do the double? And if he does, he will join Tom Lonsdale on 8 points in the table. Only 2 points adrift of the now vulnerable leader, John Worsley. Interesting time as we go into the last match of round 1, Matt.
First
what have you made of it so
Jim
far?
To throw first. Game on.
Nothing surprising. I think will be the best way to put it so far. Played to expectations, good, tight, close games that are separated by very, very little, and I expect that to be the same going forward. But just
100.
touching on that WDF European Cup that you mentioned, I'm going to say a big well done to everyone involved in that event, because
140.
that event has prestige and honour that I think has been abandoned for the past few run-ins of the event. When you look at it, it's been played in a working man's
95.
club with zero sort of effort, shall we say, put into it. This year, it's changed. We're seeing developments with the WDF system.
119.
Adding a little bit of production. The production was good. Adding things like a bit of lighting, a bit of stage set, a little bit of prestige, a little bit of ambience around it.
59.
Just made it feel like I'm watching something what has the value that tournament does.
I'll give you a little bit of time to think about it. So in leg 2, I want to hear from you. What was the biggest story of the Europe Cup? Well, let's see who takes the first leg of this contest.
59.
And it may just be Stevie Johnston after leaving a bogey number. It doesn't mean anything at the minute, because his opponent is not on a finish either. Stevie yesterday averaging about 85. Didn't get any ton plus checkouts, only had the sole maximum. But on the doubles, he was the man.
58.
He had the best percentage.
Stephen, you require 60.
Maybe that could be his biggest weapon today.
Game shot of first leg, Stephen Johnston.
Case in point. So, Matt, biggest story
Second leg,
of the Europe Cup for you?
First. Game
I
on.
think you've asked that to see the direction I go, because I think you've got an answer to this as well.
140.
And I think we're going to come up with the same one. And I'm going to go with Robin picking up the women's title after 10 years ago picking up
42.
the youth title. I think that shows great progression across the timeline and the development of the women's game, and especially the direction the women's game's going,
100.
to see another name in that competitive now field of players.
I knew you were going to say that, but I'm going to go against the grain here.
100.
And I'm going to blow my own trumpet just the once, because I said Sweden would be the best team. And they were.
100.
We've already got a Swede in Champions Week in Harrison. He won the pairs with Engström. But that Swedish men's team, it was strong.
It's a very, very developing nation, and we're starting to see that as well. Even nations where traditionally haven't been very darts related are starting to get that one player, that flagship bearer, and then they're now starting to get that second player where you go, do you know what? These could make a really good World Cup team that could cause some surprises.
25. Stephen, you require 24.
Well, Stevie Johnston's having his own way in this game so far.
18.
But he finds himself in the basement. Interesting. Yesterday I called Jim Mayer a very conventional dart player. Well, conventional dart players don't do that. But very good dart players can do that. That's a really good last start from Stevie.
Third leg, it's Jim to throw first. Game on.
I've noticed something. I'm sure you've noticed it as well. Something I am a big, big fan of here.
96.
I know you like to analyse everything. What shoes are the players wearing? What trousers? What case have they got? That shirt
99.
of Jim Mayer, the back of it. I love the way he has used his initials, J and M, in a pattern that if you just look at it, it looks like he's got
43.
the word Jim on the back of his shirt. But actually it's his initials, J and M, and it works perfectly because I think there's so much going on there. In a way, he's made a logo that's got both of his names incorporated, while still looking like Jim.
58.
If you're going to have a darting brand, you've got to have a good logo.
140.
Sometimes the simplest things can be the best.
100. Stephen's last score was 95.
When you're 2-0 up and you felt comfortable in the first couple of legs, a dart player's mind will automatically think, I want 4-0. He wants it badly. But having darts on the floor will never help.
In that situation as well, a bounce out hurts at the best of times, but even a single 20, a single 1 would have made that this was a finish that he'd be throwing at now. He's just looking so comfortable and assured in himself right now, isn't he, Steve Johnston?
$83.
He will feel more so
68.
if he takes this out. Look at that grimace when he throws those chunky stumpies.
Stephen Johnston.
That's a great checkout from Stevie.
Chunky
Stephen to throw first.
Now, I know a lot of people sort of like to have names for their darts. You know, they don't just like the Stephen Johnson dart. They like the Stephen Johnson Fury darts or different. I think you just give him the name for if he ever mass produces his darts, the chunky stumpies.
Yeah, that's what they're called. I think there have been great names for darts in the past.
99.
But I think they take the cake for now. Let's not forget that Jim Mayer has not won a game yet in this group.
140.
He's almost having the same sort of experience that Dennis van der Ende had a couple of weeks ago.
100.
And even at this stage, if he's going to go down 4-0 or sample any sort of defeat in this first game of the day, he's already thinking Group C.
85.
If you are joining us for the first time, just to be clear,
100.
the bottom 3 players in the table after 3 days will go to Group C on Thursday and Friday. Second and third will go to Group B, and the winner goes to Saturday.
105.
He'll have to press pause on a match dart just
45.
now.
Jimmy
Let's find out if he gets it in the next visit. Chance at the bull.
80.
Chance gone.
Stephen, you require 60.
Match chance, but only one.
20. Jim, you require 48.
Should have been 2 darts at tops. This is going to be 2.
Game shot
And he only needs the 1 to make sure that we still haven't had a 4-0 in this group.
Fifth leg, it's Jim to throw first.
I think a lot can be said for what I was speaking about at the very start of the show. So if you wasn't here for the opening, I was talking about Jim Mayer and his travelling, the journeys he's doing, going over to Las Vegas, going to Belgium, going to various tournaments
100.
on the WDF circuit. You don't make that level of commitment if you don't think you're going to pick up ranking points. And why are you picking up ranking points? To go to
100.
Lakeside. Why are you going to Lakeside? Because you think you can win. Jim Mayer would not be making that level of investment in his game if he didn't see it. We see players come to the Super Series and we go, this is the pinnacle for them. This is their top.
6.
This is as far as they're going to go. If Jim Mayer is putting in those miles and going to these tournaments, he's seeing something within himself that he believes he's going to go beyond these walls in regards to his biggest moment in the sport. So with that in mind, we've got to say he's a guy that's got self-belief. And if he's got self-belief, he'll feel even at 3-0 down, he can turn this around.
100.
I think there are 2 different types of players in darts. I think there are people who would dearly love to just make Lakeside. And if I'm talking about the WDF system,
80.
there are
Stephen, you
people
require
who
161.
genuinely believe they can win Lakeside. Because I know you're one of them.
65. Jim, you
As it's
require
getting closer, I am, yes, for
121.
sure.
A chance to take the match even further. Now, Stevie had
38.
one dart at
Stephen,
tops
you
in the previous
require
leg
96.
to win 4-0. Another dart at tops.
56.
And another chance gone.
Jim, you require 83.
Doubles percentage in this game for Stevie, 27%. Jim's is better,
51.
but it may not be good
Stephen, you
enough.
require 40. $30.
Wow.
Jim, you require
5 match darts
32.
missed over 2 legs, and his confidence on the outer ring is a little bit shaky at the start.
Now he's getting a little bit fidgety, a little bit agitated at the back of the stage.
Yeah,
Jim
shot
Mayer
at fifth
has just
leg,
got
Jim
to keep
Mayer.
this game alive, which he has done. If he can get a breaker throw here, I make him favourite from this point
Sixth
because
leg, it's Stephen to throw
at that
first.
point you see Johnston, it
Game
could
on.
all start to boil over. We mentioned that he has this aggression on the hockey, and until now
100.
it's been controlled aggression. But when you play with that intensity, with the heart on it's very easy. Speaking from experience, and probably yourself as well, we both played very agitated at times. When it starts to go wrong and you've lost this sort of lead, it can soon
41.
boil over to a very negative place.
60.
You're a big fan of chocolate, aren't you, Matt?
Oh, absolutely.
I mean, who isn't? But chocolate is better when it's tempered. It's when you raise the temperature of it
140.
and you bring it back down and you can be creative with it. It's the same with temperaments.
96.
If you can temper yourself and handle the heat and the cooling, you can do anything. And that's what Stevie's trying to do at the minute.
57.
He's trying to temper himself into a place where he can get over the line. Because if he was to lose this match,
100.
it could have catastrophic ramifications.
$80. Stephen, you require 140.
He has got 6 darts from this position.
105.
That's worked out really well. Interesting going for the 45 first. But never question something that has gone well.
58. Stephen,
Can he
you
get across the
require
line
40.
now?
$20.
Not yet.
Jim, you require 125.
$60 needed. 60 not found.
$87.
But watch
Stephen, you
out.
require 20.
Double 10.
Game shot and the match.
Well, there you
Stephen
go. I think he
Johnston.
needed to let something out there because the frustration of missing 8 match darts and finally getting over the line. I think Stevie Johnston just boiled over a little bit. But the biggest thing is he's won that match and he's taken second place in the table back. He's just behind John Worsley on 8 points. And after that 4-2 win, he starts with a win on Tuesday. Welcome back to Portsmouth, and round 2 of Tuesday is about to get underway, and we have had some movement when it comes to round 1. John Worsley has suffered a defeat now, so he remains on 10 points in our Group A table here in week 4 of Series 9. Kai Gotthardt has got himself to 6 points, and if he was to double up and to find his second win of the day, he would join the melee just behind John on 8
First
points.
leg, it's John to throw first. Game on.
One thing you said this morning, Matt, was that if things do flip around, if the script is torn up and John is pegged back, things could be very different on Tuesday, making
81.
Wednesday very intriguing.
Well, John Worsley, when he saw this group, would have looked at it and gone, where's the danger? Who can beat me in this group? And
83.
I think when he looks across the other players in this group, he'll probably think, well, they've not quite reached the heights I have. Gotthardt is going that way. When you look at how he's performing on the Challenge Tour, when he's been getting those Pro Tour call-ups and picking up results on the PDC Tour, this would be the danger. And we said before a dart was thrown today, is there value anywhere in the group? And we both agreed that Kai Gotthardt could have been the value at 13-2 to win this group. If that is going to be the case, if he is going to keep himself in contention, round 1
95.
has worked out absolutely perfect for him. He won match number 3, 4 legs to 3 against Dan Astbury. Tom Lonsdale, 4-3 victory over John Worsley.
81.
If it's going to continue the way that Kai becomes the value, he has to win this game.
Just to emphasise what we have seen today and the point you've already made, Matt. John averaged over 2 points more in his first game than all of yesterday. And he still lost. 888.
70.
He's not going to lose this leg at this visit. But the outer ring's got to be very, very polished, you feel, against the German.
60. John, you require 16.
He was 3 from 4 in his first game on doubles.
$12.
And he is none from 5 at the start of this one.
$88. John, you require 4.
How is he on double 2?
Game
Good
shot
enough.
First leg, John Worsley.
And gets the first leg on his 8th attempt.
It was good enough. He got the leg one,
Second
but
leg,
it's
Kai
really
to throw
interesting
first.
watching the body language of John Worsley. That doesn't look like a man who's just won the leg.
180.
Kai got 5 maximums yesterday. And he had a couple in his first game today as well.
41.
That department, it seems like it's simmering under the surface.
108.
But we might come to a boiling point in as little as 10 seconds.
$28. Kai, you require 141.
It's on. Oh, and he just goes next door. The ambition of a 9-darter on his second day at the Modus Super Series, it was alive and well
117.
until that treble 2. Great attempt. I don't know about you, Matt. I'm starting to see the
58.
treble 15 for double 18 starting to
24.
come back into fashion.
Game shot on
10
second
darters,
leg,
though.
Kai Gotthardt.
They've always been in fashion.
Yeah, there's only one leg we're going to see better
Third
than that leg
It's John to
all
the
week.
first. Game on.
We've been having quite a few 9-darters, haven't we, recently? It's been raining 9-darters on Planet Darts across all the various systems. Do you know that's the second time actually in a week that
100.
I've said Planet Darts. I'm sort of turning darts into like the WWE universe, aren't I?
140.
Well, that's what they used to call the PDC's website. Used to be Planet Darts, right?
We said earlier, didn't we? Things go round in circles, fashions come back. Let's bring back Planet Darts.
140.
A question for our YouTube viewers. What would you not bring back?
44.
Well, now that we're in Portsmouth, I wouldn't bring back the days of Southampton because we have progressed since then. As great as those days were, we're very happy to be on the other side of Hampshire.
100.
I promise you I'm not going to say anything about what happened to Southampton and Bournemouth last night.
Maybe I'd like to flip that and go, what would you like to bring back? 'Cause you know what I would love to bring back?
John, you require
The UK Open where all the
161.
boards are in one room.
That I would like to bring back.
$92.
That's a really good visit there from John. Could have been a lot worse than that.
59.
Dart players at any
John,
level,
require
when you're
69.
having a visit that you don't like and you can turn it into something very good. That's the mark of someone who's got patience and poise.
29.
I don't know what it is about this week. The amount of bogey numbers we've seen over the last couple of days. It's doing nothing for my OCD.
95.
And it didn't have to be the
John,
case.
you require
20,
40.
19 and 20 from 2-2-4 to set it up. He deliberately chose it.
Game shot on the third leg. John Worsley.
And rightly so there. John Worsley takes the leg. And do you know what? This is something that
Fourth leg. It's
I have
Kai
been
to throw
banging on
first.
about here at the Super Series for months now. And then recently he went over to the European Tour this past
42.
weekend. And even the players there was doing it. Illogical front six thinking, where they're leaving 3-4-5, 3-4-3, 3-4-2.
55.
Places where after the first six, if you hit a 180, you're still not on a finish, where ultimately you're 9 darts away from winning the leg. After 6 darts, you're still
140.
9 darts away from winning a leg. We're utilising things like the 17, switching from the 19 to the 18, puts a 4 on the end, which means a 180, these 164, and opportunities to get out. And we've seen that
45.
again there with Kai, but in a different sense. You've got to give yourself opportunity. Especially when if I was to say to you, what's the difference
100.
between a top 16 player and a top 32 player, you'd say 1 to 2%. Very, very little margins. That there is 1%.
121.
I couldn't agree with you more. I think these
59.
minor tactical things can separate a good player from an elite player. First person to open my eyes to that was Michael van Gerwen.
100.
Well, if you're going to swap a dart for a 60, that wasn't the worst one to use there, John. He's got himself to a finish. But when Michael was on 4-4-1 once,
60.
I saw him
John,
go for a
you require
171 to try and leave 270. This is a little bit easier than a 170 because it's tops instead of the bull.
140. Kai, you require 100.
Double top for Kai.
80.
Big chance that.
John, you require
And John
20.
can stretch his legs now. Double five.
10.
Doesn't get him out of jail this
Kai,
time.
you require 20.
Double five for Kai.
10. John, you require
That's a carbon
10.
copy.
Game shot.
And that's such a beautiful shot there from Womble. 3-1 lead. And in this game, he's been given an olive branch and he has taken
Fifth
it.
flag. It's John to throw first. Game on.
One thing I was remarking on yesterday, Matt,
96.
was the fact that John Worsley seems to have some Newcastle United star tattoos on his body.
Well, I was just looking at the tattoos actually of John Worsley there, and how do you
84.
know that someone truly loves darts and they are so passionate about the sport? Yes, you can slip a shirt on, you can say the words, you can go, I love darts. But I think it's very true and easy to say someone
97.
loves darts when they're willing to get it tattooed on their body. And if we take a look at John Worsley's arm,
140.
he's got a 180 on there. He's got darts, a dartboard, and even the old bendy bully.
135.
He's in a very good position here. And he doesn't necessarily have to gamble. He's just got to do the right things, like a 1-3-3.
133.
And he leaves himself on a match opportunity. It's not going to be a case of, I'll tell you what you could have won.
60.
Why don't you show
You
us
require 40.
how you can win?
Well, on the ability of the players, Kai Gotthardt was the biggest danger to John Worsley's
shot
position
and
at the
the
top of the
match,
table,
John
and he has just swatted him aside with a strong 4-1 showing, keeping his position at the top of the table and extending away from his biggest rival there. But according to the table, the biggest rival for him is Stephen Johnston. He's coming up next. He's going to be taking on Dan Astbury.
Welcome to the party in Portsmouth here at the Modus Live Line.
They've both got the talent where they can reel off leg after leg and dish out a heavy defeat. And what a way to start the day. We're up and running here on Champions Week with a maximum.
But what a way to finish. A 12-dart leg.
Beautiful check out there from Cam Crabtree.
Only needs the one. Game shot on the second leg. Darius
What were you saying about efficiency?
Shot on the third leg. Reece
Is that
Robinson.
the moment that Reece Robinson comes alive in this crucial clash? Looks like he's going to go for it. And it is right next to his favourite double top. And he gets the job done at the earliest possibility. That is Cam Crabtree through.
Case not so. Harrison gets the all-important win.
Game shot on the second leg. Darius Labanowski. Game shot.
Well, Smith, is it a
Darius Labanowski.
9? A long time. And that clenched fist.
Game shot. Under
Well, he gets the job done in the end. He's nodding in total agreement because
Game shot on the fourth flag.
Just
Darius
like that.
Labanowski.
only needs the one. There you can see.
That she can unlock at any moment, but that is quality from Harrison. This would be a wake-up.
Welcome to the party in Pompey. Should be a good marker for him, and is. It was a great dive.
Shot on the first leg. Andreas
It's a
Harrison.
breaker throw for Andres Harrison.
Shot on the second leg. Dan Crabtree.
Consecutive breaker throw. Double 16 is found.
And he does lead.
Fifth leg. Shot on the
It's not an
sixth
11,
leg.
but
Andreas
it's a
Harrison.
beautiful 12, treble 17, which he gets. Bullseye for the win. Absolutely incredible by Andreas Harrison.
He's Andreas Dirty Harrison.
Welcome back, everybody, and it's time to have our 5th match of the day, the mid part of round number 2, and it sees Stevie Johnston looking for a second win in 3 matches, and if he can find it at the expense of Dan Astbury, he can create a nice 6-point cushion over his opponent in the table, but crucially, he could do the double over Astbury as well, and really start to question the position of John Worsley at the top and maybe put himself at the forefront of the chasing pack.
First leg, it's Dan to throw first. Game on.
He had to work really, really hard to get a 4-2 win over Jim Mayer in the 3rd game of the day. He did get it eventually
60.
after 8 mismatched darts. But you do sense, Matt, that he's going to need to be just a little bit sharper in a couple of departments to get rid of Dan on this occasion.
Yeah, he's probably what I'd like to call a test, Dan Astbury, in regards to this group, because he's not shown the levels yet that suggest he's going to be in contention for winning it.
100.
And he's far too good to be down the bottom end. He's one of those guys that's just going to be a bit of an annoyance to the players up at the top, and he may be the guy that is the deciding factor, because his head-to-head clashes with those players at the top could be the thing that separates the group.
100.
Well, this is the curious thing about darts match play, and it's the same for match play in golf as well. You can play better than somebody else but still lose. Dan averaged nearly 86 and lost to Kai Gotthardt in the first game of the day. John Worsley has just beaten Gotthardt with a 79.9. You have to win the situation. This is something I'm communicating to other people when they ask for advice.
100.
Win the moment.
Even you require 71.
Double top.
Game shot of first
That moment
leg,
is
Stephen Johnston.
very much won by Johnston.
Yeah, just to echo that point, because I get asked,
leg,
as you can
Stephen to
imagine,
throw
like yourself, a
first.
lot of questions regarding darts, and one of them is that, and I'm fully with you. Win the moment, win key moments, and just win
85.
more than your opponent, because what people get in the habit of doing is going, I have to win every moment. And then with that, it almost becomes a game of
140.
beat the score. Oh, is it 140? I've got to hit 140 now. No, because there's no saying the next shot is not going to hit 60 or
100.
45. The key moment in the leg isn't every single shot. It's not the first 3 darts. It will present itself at
60.
some point, and you've got to recognise when that is, and understanding match play. And some of that comes down from playing it, some comes down from watching it,
61.
some comes down just from being able to read situations. So become an expert within your field. Watch as much as you can. Watch different levels of the sport. See where that moment is.
140.
If I were to boil my thesis down to where I would want to be as a player,
140.
or anybody who asks for
Dan,
my
you require
advice,
161.
it comes down to 4 words. Be ready and execute. The be ready bit takes a bit longer.
93.
The execute
you
bit,
require 115.
well, it's moments like this.
95.
And just because you
Dan, you
don't,
require
it doesn't mean you won't
68.
get another opportunity. Be ready again. Just in case.
36. Stephen, you require 20.
I'm going to go very deep in the next leg on this one.
No score.
But it could be 1-1 at that
Dan,
point
you
when we go a
require
little bit
32.
deeper. Missed opportunity again for Stephen Johnston, who's just lagging over with those missed opportunities from the last game.
This does not look easy.
No score.
It was
Stephen,
not
you
easy at all.
require 20.
Probably a good thing that Stevie hit double 12 now, because he comes back for a bigger double.
Game shot
take a
second
2-0
leg,
lead.
Stephen Johnston.
So, Matt, go deep, but how deep? Are you going to go
Third
Eddie
leg,
Murphy
it's
deep,
Dan to
as in
throw
deep, deep,
first.
deep, deep?
Well, I think it's late enough in the day now. We're nearly 11 o'clock here in the UK. AM, that is. That I think brains will be nicely awakened without the coffees. One of the most popular questions. How do you deal with nerves? Now, that links in very much with what we were talking about in the last leg with be an expert in your field, understand situations, because I think nerves come a lot of the time from a lack of understanding of what you're trying to achieve. The uncertainty. If you get in your car now and you drive home or you drive into work, I bet you're not nervous. Because you are certain in the activity you are doing of driving the car. You've done it that many times in lots of different situations that you're comfortable with doing so. But I bet when you was doing your driving test, you was nervous that day. Why? You're still driving the car. Because you are trying to do something and achieve something to appease somebody else that they give you something, a driving license. You're trying to achieve something. You're trying to gain something in regards to driving. So that day you was nervous, now you're not. So the reason you're not now is because you've got that level of achievement that constantly reassures you to the fact you are proficient in the activity you are doing.
And you require 129.
Stephen Johnston there, not proficient in that activity, not utilising the 19s.
Well, that's an interesting way to get rid of that leg, because he didn't have to hit the ball, but that's the biggest finish we've had this week so far. Bravo, Dan.
4 flag. It's Stephen to throw first. Game on.
He's having trouble on the outer ring, but the bullseye, no problem.
100.
So what we can do is we can actually forgive Johnston for leaving that bogey number. Even if he'd left to finish, he wasn't going to get a look at it.
Doesn't that show as well that Dan Astbury is at that point where he was going to go for the ball regardless of whether his opponent was on the finish or not. So we're getting a little bit of an insight there into Dan as well, that he is one of these players 58. A bit like Martin Adams, who when he comes here, if you give him a shot or something, he's going to go at it. Raymond van Barneveld, someone who I've been watching a little bit this weekend in Switzerland, and he is very much down that sort of logic of, give me a dart at the ball, I'm going to go. 99. I'm not just going to lay it up, I'm going at it.
If I may play devil's advocate here, is Dan
100
going to do that constantly, or in this moment is he just trying to make something happen for himself to create or manufacture some sort of confidence for later in this match 56. And possibly later in the campaign?
101.
Or is he just trying to make a statement? Is he trying to make a point?
45.
Because my assessment so far of him is being that of a pest to the group. Maybe he wants to let the group know he's more than just an irritant.
If he comes in
59
in a future campaign with a nickname, 56. The Pest, that's all going to be your fault. Double 10.
Game shot of 4 flag. Stephen Johnston.
Chunky Stumpies are doing the job. 3-1 Johnston, and he's getting the best of Tuesday so far. On the cusp of 2 wins and making his presence felt in the top 2 in the table.
59.
Well, I'm sure if his friends are watching at home, when he gets back, he will be re-nicknamed the Pest. It's happened a few times where we've passed a silly observation on the player before. There was one I said had resemblance to Phil Bars, and his friends now call him Phil Bars. There's been 41. Other sort of situations where we've nicknamed or referenced players, and when they've gone back, they've been
100.
Geoff. Remember Geoff? He's now known as Geoff in his local. He's no longer Jeff.
And one thing I can tell you is that somebody who's playing later in the week,
33.
I made one flippant remark. He went back to Scotland and he came back to the Modus Super Series with a nickname, The Punisher.
57.
And that's Sean McDonald. Now all of a sudden he's got his own merch, dart shirt, flights, the lot. Punisher logos everywhere.
100.
And that's a particularly punishing visit there from Astbury.
So what you're saying is you expect Dan Astbury to come back with the name The Pest on, with like 85. Rats and different things on his shirt.
97.
Well, hitting a 97 checkout to stay in the match will be classified as pest control.
Game shot.
Very well
fifth
done.
leg, Dan Astbury.
Stays in the match. If he can break in leg 6,
Sixth leg, it's Stevie
he
to
may
throw
just
first.
get the chance
Game on.
to get his first 2 points of the day.
Sometimes things happen that you just
125.
cannot script. We've described Dan Astbury as a pest to this group because he's going to rival and challenge those players at the top, and he's going to keep tapping away at
58.
them and give them rivals. And one of his friends has come in to offer him some support here, saying, come on, Dan, flick the switch on like you can do,
140.
like he does at home. And his alias is Splinter.
As in Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle Splinter.
Who is a cartoon rat.
59.
This is just golden.
100.
That's good for you because you love the Turtles, don't you?
Big fan, big fan.
Well, that's got to be his nickname then.
90. Stephen, you require 136.
But as for this match, it may be getting away from him.
90.
Won his first game 4-2. Possibly should have won it a little
93.
bit sooner
Stephen, you
than
require
that.
46.
This time,
36.
it's a little bit more of the same, but at least he's coming back. Dan's going to be a man with a lot on his
80.
mind going
Stephen,
into
you
his
require
third game
10.
of the day.
No score.
But that is 5
Dan, you
match
require
starts missed again
121.
by the Scotsman.
Again, that's the key word there. Because he did this in the last game. Dan Astbury's already won a leg on the bullseye with a 1-2-9 combination. He can't
96.
follow it in,
Stephen,
and
you
Johnston
require 10.
we're feeling anything but assured right now.
Game shot and the match.
Johnston
Stephen
will be
Johnston.
feeling better now that he's got rid of that game a little bit sooner than his previous one. This time he only missed 5 match starts. But he's giving himself a lot of opportunities here on Tuesday. And 2 wins out of 2 is thirsty work. So he leaves the stage with a 4-2 win, and he'll be back in round 3. But before we even get to round 3, we have to tie up this one with Lonsdale and Mayer.
Hang on a minute.
Wow! Oh my God! Well, that's £100 down the drain already. Itching to hit the 180. He's gone for the maximum.
Team for the ball. Ball.
53.
No, he said bull. That's a great first out from Adam. Oh, look at this. He's going to leave Scapie.
Oh, can you believe it? That is unbelievable.
The match starts to put his team into the final. And through to the final they go. Charlie Murphy has hit the match-winning dart on both occasions. Double 4 for the title.
Game shot out of the match. Please show your appreciation for the winner of the Influencer Pairs event, George Scaife and Adam Lipscomb.
He seems to be out, that's what he is, Charlie Murphy. A couple more visits yet. We're not going to need that.
Bosch.
Pie face is through.
And he's absolutely buzzing.
It was a game that pie face dominated throughout.
Round number 2 will reach its culmination at the end of this one as Jim Mayer will take on Tom Lonsdale. Lonsdale started with a win over John Worsley, becoming the first person to beat Worsley this week. And speaking of wins, Jim is looking for his first in this campaign. He would love to get off the mark, and if he doesn't, he's already looking at a Group C campaign on Thursday and Friday. But Lonsdale, he's seen Stevie Johnston win twice in the first couple of rounds. He must follow to make it 3 people in the top 3 who have genuine ambitions of winning this group.
First leg, it's Tom to throw first. Game on.
Hot favourite for this one is Tom because of his form, the fact that he beat Mayer yesterday, and the fact that he's got the darts.
81.
Then the form of Jim Mayer as well, just being statistically a visit less than his opponents. But even with
43.
that, I think this might be, according to the odds compile, I think he's a little bit of a skinny price, this one. Lonsdale trading before the off at 2-7.
42.
I don't think there's any value in that.
I'd have to agree. Let's look at their game yesterday. It was a really good performance from Tom Lonsdale. He actually had his best performance against Jim yesterday, 90.33. 4 out of 7 on the doubles and a 120 checkout, which was the best checkout of the day yesterday.
I think Jim Mayer's got more than he's shown
95.
so far, and you've got to think it's got to come out at some point. And maybe now that he's lost the first 6 and he looks at the table and the
57.
situation that his racing Group A's done. So now we can just relax a little bit, and we might just see a little bit more from him, because he would have been in that situation where he still felt he could turn it around until, obviously, match number 6, which was game 1 of Tuesday.
134.
You know when the Premier League starts in late August, early September, everybody's got that ambition of being what Leicester City did
44.
a few years ago,
Tom, you
to go and win the Premier
94.
League. But after 5 or 6 games, you've got to be realistic. If you've lost them all,
70.
you're not
You
going to win it.
require 149.
But this is on.
123. Tom, you require 24.
Double 12.
Game
That'll
shot of the
do.
First leg, Tom
And an early lead
Lonsdale.
for Tom.
I've got an observation for you, Paul.
Second
Jim
leg,
Mayer's
it's
throw.
Jim to throw
Watch
first.
this, right?
Game on.
John Henderson minus the rock. It's identical.
24.
The rhythm, the pace, the grip, that's John Henderson. Just standing still.
72.
I can't disagree with you. It's almost the same rhythm as well.
60.
You wouldn't mind John Henderson CV, World Cup winner, World Senior Champion,
134.
former finalist on the European Tour.
He's going to come in tomorrow and think, right, well, I'm going to have to start rocking now, aren't I? Let's get the most out of this action. But that is Henderson's action. Very rare do you see 2 players sort of
42.
throw the same, isn't it? It's very unique.
That's true. I think Tom has got a little bit of Cullen in him. The drawback is towards the right collarbone. It's maybe not as rigid, but I can see similarities in the Joe Cullen throw and the Tom Lonsdale throw.
41. Tom, you require 156. 60.
If you're Tom Lonsdale, you're not happy with that visit, but at this point in time, he seems to have this game under full control.
121. Tom, you require 96. 80.
Well, that was an interesting
Yeah,
play, considering what we've seen from him a little bit earlier on. He was trying to stay away from potential bust opportunities.
60.
Right there, he's
Tom, you
decided to
require
leave double
36.
18, which could have yielded a negative third dart.
27.
And that's the pitfall of leaving
You
double
require
18, isn't it?
153.
Yeah, that second dart goes at a number that doesn't break down too well, but this is breaking down very well for Jim Meyer.
135.
He's
Tom,
had some
you
close
require
calls.
9.
And Tom wants to get on with it. And takes a
It's on
2-0
the
lead.
second leg, Tom Lonsdale.
I said in the middle of that second leg, he had this game in full control. He almost lost it.
Third leg, it's Tom to throw first. Game on.
I don't know about you, Matt,
43.
but I just cannot personally use flights that are that bright. I find them distracting.
45.
If you go back 30 years, you go to a local sports shop, or even utilised your
134.
catalogue. And because we've got the name of the catalogue on the wall, Red Dragon, let's use it. If you got your Red Dragon catalogue through the post
43.
and you ordered, mail ordered, it was before the internet, everybody, the choice of colours on flight, it was limited.
140.
Nowadays, you can get everything and more. Personal choice in sport has changed.
60.
The way in which we consume our products as well. I remember, certainly in my area, a guy would come in every 2 weeks. He'd have the
96.
catalogue and you'd order through him. You wouldn't order it yourself. You'd go, I need 10 sets of these flights. Oh, could you get me a few of those? And then he'd come back a few days later and divvy out everyone's
41.
equipment for them.
Tom, you require 88.
Look at this again from Lonsdale.
72.
In the scoring stakes, he is flying ahead of Jim Mayer, and he's not even flying that fast.
95. Tom, you require 16.
He can stroll to a 3-leg advantage,
Gabe
which is
Shon's
exactly
third
what he's
leg,
got.
Tom Lonsdale.
We have not had a 4-0 scoreline
Fourth leg,
all
it's
group.
Jim to throw first. Game on.
There was a chance that Johnston could get one against Mayer in the first round. He didn't.
100.
He allowed opportunities to the Luxembourg player, and he took a couple of legs.
91.
If things continue in this game the way they have been so far, Tom will win this game 4-0.
57.
That's the first start he can use.
121.
Was he just a little bit too eager to finish that visit, Matt? He didn't look like he was in position for that third dart.
It's one of the most common darts that people get wrong, isn't it? Dart
43.
number 3. Often can be quite guilty of starting the process of moving towards the board as well as part of the throw. And that is where
80.
it highlights the most. But with those people that do that, you can also start to do that in dart 1 and 2 without realising, where essentially the hand goes to collect the next dart before you've fully finished the throw. So
85.
you end up looping and hooking the dart.
This is where I look at someone's follow through. Matt's exactly right. You want to
28.
complete first, then retrieve. And as far as dart 3 is concerned, throw it more like dart 2. Don't move until you've finished.
58.
That was much better. His body was in a consistent position on dart 3 there. It wasn't leaning over to his left-hand side.
And it can come sometimes when you got the lead, because ultimately you just become a little bit idle, a little bit expectant.
He's going to expect to win the match on double 8, which is exactly what he's done. And that's the first bagel of the group. Unfortunately for Jim, it means that he's lost his first 7 games of this campaign. And Tom Lonsdale is back in second position. He's got a real tussle going with Stevie Johnston today. They've both won their first 2 matches. And Tom Lonsdale is only 2 points behind Worsley at the top. He's won that game by 4 legs to 0. We'll take a short break now. And when we come back, it'll be round 3. Welcome back to the Modus Super Series. We've had 2 rounds already on Tuesday, and we have seen a bit of separation from the top 3 to the bottom 3. We'll get to the table in due course, but that's what we've seen from a result perspective. Stevie Johnston with 2 wins, and look at the fact he has won both of those games against the darts. Now he's got them against the leader who he's trying to chase. But Tom Lonsdale has won both of his games with the throw. An interesting dynamic. And this is what we get when we have players starting well on Tuesday. Because John Worsley, who's won 1 of his 2 games, he's at the top on 12 points. Lonsdale and Johnston in pursuit. Both on 10 points, Matt, and both on the same leg difference.
It's starting to get a little bit interesting now, isn't it, in regards to the league table? There is only that one position in this group. The player at the top will get an automatic pass to Saturday.
First. Game on.
Worsley was the favourite before a dart was thrown to do that. He was odds-on favourite at the end of day 1 to top the table. He's already got rid of one of his contenders today. Gotthardt was the in regards to ability and CVs over the last 12 months, the player we thought would threaten John Worsley the most. But according to the league table, it's coming from this man, Stephen Johnston. But there is just one little doubt I have over Stephen Johnston. On the evidence of what we've seen so far today, is just taking a little bit of time to cross the line, needing multiple match darts to get that final leg won.
100.
With a player like John Worsley, you're not going to have time to have 7 or 8 match darts.
140.
Just to put that into some sort of perspective, he's missed 13 match darts today and he's still won both games.
43.
He's continuing to play at the same level as yesterday, averaging around 85. But he looks more likely today when he's doing things like that. That's an 11 darter. He's playing a game of Chase the Flight. People seem to be having their best legs against John Worsley today because we've seen Kai Gotthardt have a 10 darter against him. Now we've just seen an 11 hit against him.
Well, to get an opportunity to go up there and shoot at the favourite here, you get up there to go and be the underdog role, which is what a lot of people like to do. I don't know many people that like to be the favourite, and that is even people that have been top 16 players in the world still want to be considered the underdog in games. And sometimes when you are that role and you're going up against the favourite, certainly a now 4-7 favourite before a dart was thrown in John Worsley, it gives you a little bit of freedom. I always say some of the easiest games to play are the Michael van Gerwen's, Michael Smith's, Luke Humphreys, because you're almost expected to lose 6-0, 6-1, 6-2, that you can almost just go up there and be free, know what they're going to do. They're going to hit everything. You expect them to, so if they miss, it's all a bonus. Where when you go up there sort of in different environments, you sometimes hope they actually miss, where you just don't even have that thought pattern with those guys.
95.
Yeah, I think the thought process can change, can't it? Start a game against a favoured player. You can be the underdog.
61.
But if you were to make it 3-3 in this format, would you feel differently?
100.
Well, then it changes to opportunity, doesn't it? Absolutely.
34.
And there's an opportunity here for Stephen Johnston now to get the breaker throat. Worsley can only set this one up. Johnston will be expecting at least a dart at the ball. And we've pinpointed these sort of shots today, where
86.
you may get 2 darts.
85.
Well, if the first one doesn't go right, it's just the one.
Game shot on the second leg.
I think he enjoyed that one. That was right in the corner as well.
Third leg, it's Stephen to throw first.
That was a 15 darter to back up the 11. This is a hot start from Stevie J. Doesn't matter whether it goes in the middle or in the top corner or even the bottom corner. But I really think he enjoyed that dart. And there's a certain satisfaction of taking a 2-0 lead against someone you're trying to chase in a table like this.
140.
The more you watch these darts, the more you're tempted to get a set of them, right, Matt?
I don't think they would suit myself. I think they're an acquired taste, aren't they? Where there were certain throws out there that will really benefit from it. And I suppose that's the thing with darts, isn't it? That there are darts that suit throws. And there'll be so many times you'll see someone come on and you watch them play with them and go, actually, that looks a really nice dart, or I like the design of it, and you try having a throw with it and you're absolutely useless with it.
97.
Just doesn't suit your style of throw. It's a very compact dart, isn't it? Even down to the stem system that he's using. That's probably why he has to have this big sort of, well, as we call a standard flight nowadays. Just to give it that little bit of balance. Imagine if he threw those with like a slim flight, they'd probably be virtually laying down.
Even you require 141.
Yeah, they'd be pointing at the floor.
at 4 o'clock, probably, like kicking right the way across.
Yeah, 4 o'clock is where he went with his third dart there. It was a beautiful shot. This needs to be just a little bit more beautiful. That was so pure. Double 12. Absolutely incredible. That is a world-class finish from Womble. First dart, not in the ideal spot for him to gather another, but he still finds 3 perfect darts for the best finish of the week by a stretch.
We are getting an insight into quite a lot of things up there at the moment. We're seeing perfect finishing. We're seeing combination
96.
finishing. But there's also a little bit of a body language, shall we say, moment.
123.
John Worsley at the end of leg 1 and 2 offered the fist bump to Stephen Johnston, who looked like he was begrudgingly accepting the bump. A 1-4-4 there from Worsley to break the throw, unacknowledged by Stephen Johnston, which means he's participating in this fist bump unwillingly, because surely he'd offer it back if it was the case that he liked engagement in the middle of the games.
I just think there are players out there who like to be cordial.
134.
And there are others who would prefer to be really focused. Either is fine.
60.
And you shouldn't take offence to what other people would want.
91.
This is working out pretty well for John in the fight back. He needed that 144.
95.
But now he needs tops.
Require 40. Game shot of 4.
Great fight back.
John Worsley.
A wonderful, wonderful spurt from Womble.
Fifth flag.
And I'm sure Stevie J didn't think that beating the person at the top of the table was going to be that easy.
81.
Well, we did speak at the top of the show what was the difference between the players. Because it wasn't statistics that made John Worsley top of the table.
100.
It wasn't the fact that he outplayed everybody. He outmaneuvered everybody. And is this now another big manoeuvre from
78.
John Worsley, who's just getting the timing of everything so right at the moment?
What did you say earlier on about the first 6 darts of a leg? 3-4-2.
140.
Your thoughts?
Well, now he's 9 darts away, which, when you do this and make that mistake on the throw, it means the best you can do is 15 darts.
81.
So Worsley knows he's really got 5 visits here to get the game done. And when you've started off with a ton 140, this is a break opportunity, and it presents itself due to poor board management.
97.
And that, again, is the difference between the levels.
Even the little things like going for the 17s there
91.
instead of going for the 19s.
164.
They both get it right on that occasion.
$94. Stephen, you require
There would be a reaction if this goes. I'll just press pause on that for now.
60. John, you require
But this could be the
70.
biggest turning moment of this game. And what's he going to do? Is he going to guarantee the single or try and gamble on the treble? Single got.
45.
Bull not so.
Stephen, you require 100.
I've even seen players opt for the inside wire of the double in that situation now. Johnson opting for the smallest target on the board, which he does get with the second dart, but doesn't really help him out in this situation. Worsley, 2 darts at double 12.
Game shot on the
Only
fifth flag.
needs the
John
1.
Worsley.
Solid turnaround here from Worsley. 2-0 down to now being a leg away.
Sixth flag. It's John to throw first. Game on.
Let's just make a note of that, shall we? Round 3 versus Worsley, leg 5. That is a leg that Johnston should go back and watch.
140.
And just acknowledge what he did right and what he did wrong. Because for me, there were two
100.
things that... well, one thing was wrong, leaving 343. The other one was questionable, which is going bull for 90 with 2 darts. Give yourself the best
45.
chance of winning a leg by making good decisions. And from 2-0 up, he's now 3-2 down.
60.
It's very easy for us to say that the 144 has changed this game.
Oh, absolutely. It's one of those things you can certainly learn from, isn't it? Because there are obviously different analytics and different stats and things, but sometimes it comes down
96.
to gameplay. And there are things you can pick up on gameplay by watching back and looking at those moments. The old traditional do as I say, not as I do type thing.
Worsley is replicating the level of play that we saw from him
84.
yesterday against Johnston. It just so happens that Stevie has played measurably better than yesterday, and it still might not be enough. Double top for the match to win 4 straight legs and to have a 4-point cushion at the top.
51.
Not yet. Let's not forget as well,
60. John, you require
this is to be the first
40.
person to do the double over Johnston. Where have we seen this before?
Game shot and the match. John Worsley.
But on this occasion, John Worsley does not need another visit. He gets the job done and re-establishes that 4-point cushion at the top. He's looking very comfortable as the favourite for the group. He wins 2 from his first 3 of the day. And that big shot of 144 to take leg 3, that could be something we reference towards the end of the week. He's getting closer to Saturday. He's still got half the job to do. Welcome back. And remember, you can be joining us on a Saturday night. So why don't you? If you can get to Portsmouth on London Road in North End of Portsmouth, come and join us on a Saturday and sample a very intimate and sometimes very vociferous atmosphere, especially when Jimmy Van Skie's here. Get up close to the players, see the action, see the glory, and you could even see the entire thing won if you're here on Champions Night.
It's Kai to throw first. Game on.
That's what these guys want to feel too on the stage. But job number one is to make Saturday night in week 4 just to have the chance to play it in front of an audience.
For the final time in 2024 as well. This is our last series of the year.
81.
And it does get exciting, doesn't it, when you get to the back end of the year, when the Christmas decorations go up and you've got something big to look forward to.
That's right. Christmas has just been mentioned on the 1st of October. Well done, Matt.
Oh, I've been doing it since July. I'm a big fan of Christmas, and darts is now becoming a big part of that time of year, isn't it? You get your advent calendars get out, and you expect to see darts everywhere now in December. It's great to be involved in it that period of time.
Yeah, it's a good job darts is an indoor sport. Because when the weather deteriorates, we all go indoors, and we prefer to have darts on the TV and our YouTube channels a bit more.
Game shot of
What a start from Gotthardt. 12 darter. And he looks mean.
Second leg, it's Tom to throw first. Game on.
Maybe it's got something to do with the fact that he's only won 1 game of his first 2 today.
41.
Maybe that's what's been missing. A little bit of controlled aggression.
140.
Or maybe a little bit of ruthless aggression?
Ooh. I mean, to be fair, it's been 2 hours, 10 minutes, and we've not made one single wrestling reference yet.
140.
Now we have.
$125.
Well, Lonsdale, after that first leg's got to find some sort of backlash, I feel.
100. Tom,
because he needs to stop Gotthardt in this kind of form somehow. I've always said that round 3 seems to be the round of play in Group A that yields the best play. Bull.
96.
He's throwing them those darts with just a little bit more vigour. No, no, no.
75. Car you require 25. Game shot on his second leg.
Well, as far as 2 visits go, they were both different. One of them yielded a leg, the other one, I have no comment.
It's Kai to throw first. Game on.
I think you summed it up with no, no, no. It was
85.
Silly decision making at best. Even if he'd have got closer to the target than he did with that dart, 25 still doesn't leave a finish. It was a big gamble and risk, especially in the context of the game.
100.
In the meat of the game, when it's looking at which direction it's going to go, and now he's lost his throw. He was already against the darts in this game. He's now got to break twice.
I think doing what he did can be classified as a fundamental error. As for what Kai did on 25,
58.
He had a mishap on dart 1 and he fixed it with the next 2. End of story.
58.
Is it also that situation where, for Tom Lonsdale, he doesn't have a lot of big stage experience as such? And you know what it's like when you first get your opportunity on the stages.
140.
You want to do a little bit. You want to show what you can. You want to show off a little bit. Did he get caught up in that moment?
Maybe.
81. Tom, you require 140.
This subject is not finished, but this leg might be. Double 10. No fundamental errors right there. That was incredible. And in round 3, we're starting to get some big finishes.
Fourth leg, it's Tom to throw first. Game on.
There are certain things you just don't do
140.
fundamentally in every sport. In golf, you don't take a 3-wood out of the bunker. You just don't do it.
81.
In darts, you got 107, you don't go 57 bull.
You learn, don't you, from those sort of mistakes and things where you get caught up in the moment. I mean, my first ever game on stage in a broadcasted event was 2013 UK Open, main stage.
108.
I took out 110 finishing the opening leg, did 4 laps of the stage, and then couldn't control my emotions for about 3 legs. And
42.
when you look back at it, you go, I won 1 leg and 1-0 up. Why did I celebrate so hard and then struggle to recompose myself? And
6.
ever since, you've never done it. But you get caught up in the moment of, wow, and you overreact. And I just think I was overplaying.
128.
There's nothing getting away from the fact that this is an excellent game of darts, by the way.
100. Tom, you require 134.
Just how excellent will the end of leg 4 be?
94. Kai, you require 80.
Close to game over or game on?
60.
Could be
Tom, you
game on.
require 40.
And everything that went into
Game
Kai
shot on the fourth
Gotthardt's
leg, Tom
locker in the
Lonsdale.
first 2, it's been extinguished. But like you said, Mr. Edgar, that other break is needed by
Fifth
Lonsdale.
leg, it's Kai to throw first. Game on.
Certainly producing darts that would suggest he could get another opportunity.
60.
It's got a big ceiling of performance.
60.
Better than anybody who has played on this stage here this week.
140.
In his debut week, he averaged 113 in a match. We haven't seen that since.
85.
But it will be in there somewhere. It just needs to be found.
60.
If Kai was to have a really good week this week, and please bear in mind the time of year we're now at,
96.
where a lot of people are trying to qualify for the World Championship at Ali Pali. People like Cameron Carolison from South Africa, who won the African qualifier over the weekend. I hate to bring him up, Matt, but Darius Labanauskas is going there, and he's going to Champions Week as well. Someone like Kai,
60.
he might be earmarking something like the PDC Europe Super League. If he gets a really good week under his belt,
88.
he could be at Ali Pali at the end of the year.
Which makes Champions Week perfect for Darius Labanauskas. What great preparation for him to get ready for
Kai, you require
the World
93.
Championship and playing a Champions Week for big money against successful players here at Super Series.
53. Tommy require 98.
That's exactly what he said after winning week 1. These two are
58.
following each other
Kai, you require
very
40.
closely, but that advantage of throw, so important.
Game shot on the
And he's
fifth
held
leg.
it.
Kai
You can
Gotthardt.
see how important it was to Kai that he hit that double 10.
Sixth
Probably
leg.
be
It's Tom to throw first.
Joy, but
Game on.
also with a touch of relief because the doubles haven't been quite there for him today.
97.
He missed 5 darts in the last game and 13 darts in the first. Following on from that pattern and the trend that
140.
he identified of yesterday, he said doubles was the problem.
139.
Could well be the game of the day, this one. Both
Six.
averaging nearly 93. Yesterday, Gotthardt nearly 92 in a 4-2 win over Lonsdale against the throw.
59.
But in that game, his doubles really did cooperate. He was 50%.
96.
If we do have another leg in this contest, Matt, I really want you to describe
93.
the intricacies of these barrels. If we get another leg, because we might not.
105. Tom, you require 113.
We'll get another leg if he can find the double 18.
77.
Kai Gotthardt,
Guy, you
a chance to
require
use those
100.
barrels and get himself 2 points.
Perfect first start. He's almost living in a villa that is fourth
shot
spot in the
and the
table.
match. Go
That's not
Gotthardt.
going to change. But with that 100 checkout, he does the double over Tom Lonsdale over the first couple of days. And he finds himself in a pretty decent position. And he's the first person to beat Tom today, bunching things up behind John Worsley at the top, who still has that 4-point cushion. But when we come back, we're going to see Jim Mayer up against Dan Astbury in a battle of two players in the bottom half to start round number 3. Welcome back, and contrary to what I said at the end of the last match, this is the end of round 3, not the start. I assure you that Worsley and Gotthardt would not want to replay what we've done in round 3 here on Tuesday, because they've won their matches, and they're looking forward to round number 4 now, which will start after this one. But what we do know is that Jim Mayer is still looking for his first victory in this group. If he can get it at the hands of Dan Astbury, he will go to 2 points and restrict Dan to 4. Any hope that Dan has of getting to Group B at this stage, it may hinge on his matches against Jim today and tomorrow.
It's Jim to throw first. Game on.
Dan is 10 points behind the top spot at this stage. And we've got to be honest, Matt. His opportunity to win this group seems to have passed him by.
90.
For this group, yes, but maybe he could still squeak a place in Group B, which has that sort of mathematical advantage. But I think if you're Jim Mayer here, you may be a little bit encouraged.
81.
And that comes down to the fact that Dan Astbury has lost both of
Jim's
his
last score was
games so far
74.
today. Just a slight issue there with the scoreboard. All corrected, all rectified, and we carry on.
It's the same scenario as yesterday for these two.
140.
When they face each other, they've both lost their first couple of matches. Consequently,
45.
Dan would win his last game of the day, as well as beating Jim on Monday.
125.
That win for Astbury yesterday in game 15 against Gotthardt, that might have a really big impact on where Kai ends up on Thursday and Friday.
56.
Because had Kai won that match, he would now be tied with Lonsdale and Johnston on 10 points.
81.
Strong start here from Jim. He did have a couple of strong starts yesterday, but just wasn't able
100.
to get the job done.
Jimmy require 81.
Like Matt said, can he take the opportunity that's at hand right here?
$41.
That hasn't worked out too badly, but why was he going for the 16s on 66 when Dan's on 219?
134. Jimmy require 40.
Double 10.
Game shot of
That's a
first
tidy
leg,
start
Jim
in
Meyer.
17 darts. More darts like that, he will have an excellent opportunity of winning this game.
Second leg, it's Dan to throw first. Game on.
Both players have had experience on the Super Series stage. This is both their second appearance here. Jim Meyer didn't reach through to
140.
finals night on his Dan Astbury 100% record. Got through to the semi-finals of the event, and there were some good players in the week that he played, and he got some big wins.
140.
Like Sir Fallon Sherrick, Ted Everts, Darius Labanauskas, who won week 1, Andy Hamilton, last week's winner. So 2 of the 3 players in Champions Week.
78.
Daniel Astbury beat the last time he was here. He actually got through to the semi-finals in the end, going down 4-2 to, at the time, a very, very informed man coming off the back of a Challenge Tour win,
78.
Justin Hood.
I think he's still in form, isn't he? He recently beat James Wade.
180.
He's the sort of player you can get behind, isn't he, Justin Hood? Because he's got that clear goal, that clear ambition in life, that he wants to own
43.
a Chinese
Dan, you
restaurant.
require
And he's planning on using prize money to buy it. Never willed someone on so much in my life.
67.
Well, if Jim wanted to open a fast food restaurant, it'd have to be called Luxemburgers.
59. Dan, you require 36.
Double 9.
Game shot of
There we have an
second leg,
equaliser in
Dan
15
Astbury.
darts this time. So if we were to put 2 dart players together, just for
Third
giggles,
leg, it's Jim to throw first.
you could have Jim
Game
Meyer and Stefan Hendrick and have Luxemburgers and chips.
With some Jim mayonnaise sauce.
85.
I think we've gone too deep into this.
Well, let's stay here briefly a little bit longer. Strangest thing you've known a dart
140.
player buy, because there is that point, isn't there, where you get more money than you've expected or had before, and people go on these strange benders where they go and splash cash on something that you never
91.
normally would. I'm not 100% sure on this, but I think it was Justin Pipe. Was it him who bought a fire engine?
60.
I don't know.
Someone bought a vintage fire engine. I think it might have been Justin Pipe.
57.
Some people buy like watches and things, don't they? They go out and splash out like a Rolex or a nice fancy watch, certainly after winning their first Players' Championships.
140.
But you want strange purchases.
Yes, something really that stands out when someone's got the old more money than sense comment.
Dan, you require 161.
Okay, we'll delve into that one. Let's see if Dan can take the 161. We are starting to get more big finishes today than we got yesterday. We've had a 129 from Astbury. We've had a ton from Gotthardt and a 144 from Worsley, as well as that wonderful 140 from Lonsdale.
78.
You said earlier, Matt, that shots like this, these are the key.
66.
One person
Jimmy requires
can't
78.
take it. Can the other? He had a great 78 checkout yesterday, did Jim?
58.
Treble 4, treble 16, double 9.
12.
So different. That was very well measured.
Dan Astbury.
A somewhat range-finding first dart. Gets a little bit closer with the second. Finds the mark with the third.
To throw first.
There's that break of throw that he needs to get his first win of the day. So you're talking about unusual purchases.
60.
I've had a few in my career that I could say.
I'm interested on this one because I know how much you've spent before on a T-shirt.
96.
I once earmarked a little bit of money when I went to Japan to buy a very expensive steak because I wanted to sample the best steak in the world. And it was £400. I'm not going to say it was worth it, but I had to do it just
43.
once.
Ironically, cheaper than said T-shirt, I believe.
$59.
The other one was, it's something I really should have kept. I ended up getting rid of it. I bought a Lance Armstrong spinning bike.
59.
I think because of the brand that was on it, I think it might be worth quite a lot of money now. I don't have it anymore.
99.
But you're the king of collectibles when it comes to dart players. We could be here all day talking about the things you bought.
133.
Oh, God, yeah. Maybe a pound too many.
60. Jim, you require 107.
We're still looking for our first 170 of the week. And that's the first time that Jim has broken character this week.
115. Dan, you require 140.
That is a wonderful dart.
100.
Dart number 3 is just as good.
55.
If Jim's not clinical, he might lose this leg and find himself very close to losing again. He can't
39.
recover, and Dan's got to be all over this.
40. Game shot on a 4 flag.
He is
Dan
just that.
Astbury.
When your opponent fails, you succeed.
5th flag. It's Jim
It's
to throw
saying that
first.
to yourself.
Game on.
I don't know about you, Matt, but when I used to see players miss against me, I used to reiterate the same words. If you miss, I will hit. And the most important 2 words
60.
in that statement are I will.
It's a very, very positive way to deal with what ultimately is a negative
56.
situation because you can't control the situation. So it's out of your hands, which means you can't really have much of an input. So, yeah, absolutely. I like that because a lot of the time you'll stand behind, oh, please miss it. Give me this chance. Give me this opportunity. And it's almost from a sense of
99.
pleading or begging rather than, well, if you make the mistake, I'm not going to, which is a bit more aggressive in the thought process.
59.
And there is, of course, a bunch of dart players that we could mention. We're not going to. But they'll stand behind you, and when you put in a big finish
100.
or a really good leg, they will shake their head as if to say, well, why did you have to go and do that against me?
Really?
Well, the thing is, aren't we supposed to? Isn't that what we practice
96.
for? So as far as Jim is concerned, in this match he's had 4 darts at a double. Sometimes that's enough to win a match, but more often than not, it's not going to get the job done. Dan has had 9. He's
81.
created more
Dan, you
opportunities
require 107.
than the man from Luxembourg. And he's more likely to win this match. He's not going to go bull here.
91.
He'll have to wait to see if he gets another chance to win this match.
145.
Could be perfect from here, Jim. 2 trebles and a double, can't find the first one, so Dan Astbury knows he's coming back to the board and a chance to keep himself
57.
in the running.
Dan, you require 16.
To be 2 points behind Gotthardt to stay in 5th.
Game shot.
A good job by Dan Astbury. He hasn't had a great day, but that was a very steady performance, averaging 85.41, 30% on his doubles. It was good enough to beat Jim Mayer, but in order to get more points today, he might just need a little bit more than that. That is now officially the end of round 3. So when we come back, it's going to be Johnston and Gotthardt. This is a really big game for Kai with the darts.
Please welcome to the stage, Angry Ginge and John Henderson.
And this is where... Hang on, wow. Angry Ginge! He's on the bounce out there for Nyland, but you do not expect him to get another visit in this match. John Henderson, double 10. And he pins it to take the opening. Coming up first for double 10. He's the one that left it, and he's the one that hits it for the opening leg.
They talked a good game, didn't they, beforehand? They've not quite delivered it as of yet. He's still got Devon Peterson. This is a big favourite from this moment.
Oh, hello!
It's the big favourites.
Goes
2-0.
But it doesn't.
The most successful player at the Super Series is the man who turns it around.
He's got it 1-0. Away days and Bradley Brooks. May see a double-double. Does go double 19. Wants another double 19. Great shot. Very, very good.
The Bradley Brooks show.
No 180, unfortunately. He did go for this one.
But this could go. This is a match opportunity.
And both their dots stand up, so will they block it? They will not. John Henderson to take himself. I think he was going for a 7 there, but it doesn't matter because he's going to hit it anyway. 47 kills.
Still an opportunity to showcase what he can do. And that's what Steve West can do. A double-double to get the job done.
Get those nerves, you're just hang on to the dart a bit too long.
Steve West finds Cox for a breaker throw. With that 20. Stops the match. Starts for fun and Steve West.
Steve West and Darts for Fun!
This is the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. This is the Modus Super Series. This is week 4 in Series 9. It's been an interesting day so far. And what we're starting to see is that John Worsley is in a very, very, very advantageous position with 7 rounds to go. He's done a pretty good job today of winning 2 out of his first 3 games. Nobody's won all of their games today. So it's a bit of a melee today, as you can see. It's going against the dart, it's going with, against, and it begs the question. what's going to happen in the table next. Because Kai Gotthardt on 8 points, if he beats his opponent in the next match, Stevie Johnston, he might not take his position, but he will equalise his points total at 10. Interesting times ahead with 2 rounds to go here on Tuesday. So, with the darts, the German, does he start favourite, Matt? Or is this one a bit of a coin flip?
I think if you'd have asked me that question before I'd seen a dart thrown this week, I would say that Kai Gotthardt would be favourite to win the game. However, the way we've seen Stephen Johnson playing and the controlled aggression, the lack of range, shall we say, in the performance at the moment, it's all up there at a very solid rate.
It's Kai to throw first.
I think this is exactly that. I think the thing that separates the two at the moment is the fact that Kai's got the advantage of throw, which may be why he is installed as the 4-6 favourite for this game.
80.
But I don't see too much to separate the pair on the evidence of today.
100.
Let me give you some sort of outlook on why darts can be infuriating. If you're Kai,
93.
you average 86 in your first game, you win 4-3. You average 89 in your next game and lose 4-1.
97.
Then he puts it right, averages 93.5 against Lonsdale and wins 4-2. So there's a little bit to question in there with the fluctuations of the averages. But if you want to be frustrated as a player, if you look at the numbers,
85.
Johnston wins 4-2 with an 84. Then he wins 4-2 with an 85.
39.
Then he loses 4-2 with a 94.6. This is why some players don't look at numbers, because
84.
they can confuse you.
All the stats do is tell you if you're playing better or worse than what you've done before. They don't give you that head-to-head comparison because
98.
every game's very different, isn't it? Certainly here at the Super Series.
Game shot on the first leg. Kai Gotthardt.
But you've teased it all day. You've teased the dissection of the Kai Gotthardt dart.
Second leg. It's Stevie
maybe
to throw
in
first.
the early part of this game is going to be an opportunity to look at those very, very unique acquired taste barrels of Kai Gotthardt.
121.
I suppose we can say that this is the right fixture to do that because they're both acquired tastes. Look at them.
135.
They've got more grooves than 1978.
And not only that, they've got that sort of tapered barrel, aren't they, now, as they come down to the point, which is good for grouping. But even around
60.
the back of the dart, that's a very unusual cut.
Do you know what?
85.
I'm going to use an Indiana Jones type reference here. If somebody dropped one of Kai Gotthardt's darts into the dirt and it was never found, and in about 2,000 years, somebody was to dig it up, they'd say, well, what was that?
100.
They wouldn't initially think that that was a dart. They'd think it was an artifact.
100. Stephen,
maybe
they'd
confuse it for an arrowhead.
74. Kai, you require 110.
For 2-0. Double 18.
92.
Almost pinpoint.
Stephen, you require 40.
Oh, surely. Surely. With dart 3. Oh,
No
that's
score.
cruel.
Kai, you require 18.
What's even crueler is hitting this on double 1.
No score.
That's the second time he's done that.
Stephen, you
He must be a
require
lover
40.
of the old madhouse.
Game shot on the
And there you
second
go,
leg.
Stevie
Stephen
J
Johnston.
dodges one.
With those big, thick barrels
Third leg. It's
Stephen
Kai to
Johnson
throw
is
first.
using,
Game on.
is it a hindrance when you get it as close as he did to that double? Because does it become more of a blocker than a help?
80.
I think with some shots potentially, but
100.
if you look at the tapering towards the point, I think he can get them both over the top and underneath.
135.
I think to answer that question, what we've got to start
100.
looking at, it is the behaviour of the dart when it collides with another. And this is what people need to understand.
140.
If they want to get to this level, you've got to know how your deflections work.
45. Car you require 46.
Double 16 this time.
Game shot on a third leg.
Something
Kai
is
Gotthardt.
starting to cook here for Kai. He's got a bit of rhythm, a bit of pace about him, a bit of purpose.
Fourth flag. It's Stephen to throw
Are you
first.
trying to tell me
Game on.
that you can smell what Kai is cooking?
In a roundabout sort of way.
100.
I bet his favourite wrestler is Gunther.
100.
He had a big show there this year, didn't he? In Berlin.
Bash in Berlin,
60.
yes. Weren't too long ago.
Well, let's face it.
100.
Anything in Germany is a good thing. What a country. Full of so many mad darts fans.
45.
And great dart players. The European Tour
93.
and the PDC started in 2012. It didn't start in Germany, it started in Austria. But Germany has become the home of the
76.
European Tour. They had to wait until 2018 for a winner.
140.
Now they've got someone who's won more than one of them.
100. Car you require 68.
68 for a 3-1 lead in a pursuit to try and get out of the fourth position in the table.
36.
Not the
Stephen,
first
you
time we've
require
seen a
120.
big number missed. Is it punished? It is.
Shot on a fourth flag. Stephen Johnston.
Just goes to show if you miss your big numbers, you can reap the whirlwind.
Fifth flag. It's Kai to throw first.
I think you enjoyed that one.
I think there's two things you said there that we can merge together. I think he enjoyed that one, and
100.
also a two-time European Tour winner from Germany, because Martin Schindler at the weekend in the Swiss Darts Trophy, safe to say, he
100.
knew what that moment meant, not just for his career, but for the narrative we're spinning here now, a two-time German champion. And we know how
85.
big darts is out in Germany and how much they're getting behind it when you just look at the viewing figures. Eclipses that of the UK
100.
and eclipses that of Holland when we look at the broadcasting.
Well, let me put that into some sort of perspective as we take a little bit of a philosophical break from this
134.
one for just a second. Martin Schindler has won as many European Tour events as James Wade and Rob
60.
Cross. And he's won twice as many as everybody who hasn't won one.
140.
But Gotthardt in this game, he really is cooking. This is a 97 average.
100.
And the
Car you
pace of this
require
game is
46.
so appealing. Double 16. And I get the
shot of
feeling that
fifth flag,
Gotthardt is
Kai
much
Gotthardt.
more comfortable playing against Stevie than any player in this group because of how they play the game.
Sixth flag. It's Stephen to throw first. Game on.
Even though Gotthardt didn't beat Johnston yesterday, they both
Six.
played really well. 91.5 for Johnston, 95.5 for Gotthardt.
93.
Here are two players who would be very happy to play each other all week long.
45. $100.
Gotthardt was saying in his interview this morning, Matt, about speaking to Rennie Idams about what it's like here.
96.
Not a bad person to ask because Idams won a week here.
I wouldn't say Rennie Adams is having a resurgence. I would say he's going to new territories now. He's
58.
playing in the Pro Tour today, for example. He's won a week here. He's done well on the Challenge Tour. going beyond, because until now, Rennie Idams is the sort of player that was known for one thing, and that was nearly beating Michael van Gerwen. Now starting to forge his own path, and that might be again due to the growth of darts in Germany, that he sees an opportunity now.
100.
He should.
Car you require 100
because he's got one to win the match. Tops.
90. Stephen, you require 100.
That would have capped off his best performance to date. And it may still be the case.
Car you require 20.
Johnston has tried so hard to keep him at bay.
10.
And he might still be able to do that.
Require 40.
I don't think Stevie thought he was coming back. He is coming back for a seventh leg.
Johnston. Seventh and final leg. It's Kai to throw first. Game on.
I somewhat teased everybody yesterday, Matt, that this was Germany versus Scotland. Just like the first game of Euro 2024.
100.
Which Germany owned. But maybe Johnston is looking to get something back. Look at that.
60.
16 90-plus scores for Johnston, and nothing
43.
of a two-treble nature in the region of 130-plus. That is incredibly rare.
100.
And there's a 17th.
So with that in mind, you'd expect that
98.
Kai Gotthardt is going to be getting more opportunities, and he has had 6 more darts at the double. He's had match darts,
85.
not been able to convert them, and in a last leg shootout, it only takes one shot, one moment where Stephen Johnson pops in a 140, a 180. Certainly now. Oh, what timing this would be.
100.
Well, the thing is, he can only get
140.
130 plus in the match.
156.
Is it this one?
100. Kai you require.
Or does Kai put him away eventually? Big shot.
55.
And the big man misses low again.
You require 56.
You said Dan Astbury could be a pest.
Game shot.
But the pest in this game was Stevie Johnston. He stuck around and waited for the mistakes to happen, and when they happened, he pounced. He's now up to second in the table with 12 points, only 2 behind John Worsley, and that was a huge opportunity for Kai Gotthardt, which he could not take, and he somewhat forlornly leaves the stage, and he won't be back until a little bit later on in game 13. So he's got stuff to think about, we've got stuff to process, and when we come back, it will be Jim Mayer up against John Worsley.
Let's start from the young man. Right. World Youth Champion. Oh, what a response that is from his father. Back-to-back 140s. Deciding leg of 7. My goodness, back-to-back 180s. Well, we've seen 2 9s in last year's Modus League. We've seen a couple of 10s. Not seen a 9 yet in the Online Darts Live League. Double 19. Double 12 for the 9. And he gets the 9. What a way to win.
B would be a league contains the 5 players. 3 progress to Saturday's final.
60.
Of course, that emphasis is on qualifying for Saturday night's final, because the the runner-up, and the winner of the 3rd and 4th place playoff will get their crack at Champions League.
180.
Trying to get their hands at £7,000 first prize.
45.
Some of you on the forums are here.
180.
Oh, welcome back, Martin. Where have you been? Where did you go?
100. Martin, you require 141.
Double 12.
Game
Absolutely outstanding
Martin
from
Adams.
Martin Adams as he hits a 9-darter.
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where before the break it was a win for Stephen Johnston, who keeps his hopes alive of closing in on the player at the top of the table. Kai Gotthardt's hopes took a real big dent there, and maybe his chances of winning this group and aspirations of winning the group need to change in regards to his hopes and looking now at a place in Group B. The player at the top of the table, though, John Worsley, the man they've all got to try and catch and beat, takes on the man at the bottom of the table, who they've all beat so far, Jim Mayer, who's yet to pick up a victory.
Game on.
But how many times have we seen this story here at the Super Series, where top plays bottom, and the man bottom of the table produces the game of their life? The odds compilers certainly don't think so. They make John Worsley a massive favourite for this game. However,
41.
in these short format games, nothing is a certainty.
Just how big a favourite is he?
59.
He's got the darts, he's got the wins, he's got the position, but he's also got the pressure. But he has been top of the table for quite a while. So he will be getting used to this now. And some people are comfortable being the chased instead of being the chaser.
I think some of it also comes down to what did John Worsley expect. I certainly know last time he was here, I had a good chat with him, and he really wasn't sure what was going to happen due to the physical changes within his body. Has he now got used to that? I know he's certainly been playing a bit of county darts, so he's been getting more reps on the board, more matches, more opportunities. So has he come here now with the mindset he did when he first started at the Super Series, where it's, I can be one of the real big names
100.
in that atmosphere, in that environment?
Well, let me throw a question at you then. When we first came to Portsmouth, there was an argument to say that Robert Owen was the best player that we'd found in the first 18 months of this, albeit in a different studio. Is there any reason why John Worsley can't be
66.
the best Welsh player that comes down here? We do have some great Welsh players who come here. But let's face it, he's top of the table.
100.
We're getting to the end of Tuesday. If you can top the table after a couple of days, you are a very good player.
He'll certainly believe he's got that ability. I think anyone
23.
who, first of all, goes to Q
require
School
103.
believes they've got that ability, but then to be successful there, get the card, and have success on the tour.
79.
Oh, fine effort
Johnny
there from
require
Jim Mayer.
89.
But Worsley still with work to do here. May only be a dart at the ball.
That's what it is.
64.
It hasn't really been a very good first leg here from John.
24.
He's almost playing into Jim's hands. And that's
Gets
why
on
he
the
takes the first leg
Jim
against
Mayer.
the throw. It wasn't that Jim improved. It was that John regressed.
Second leg. It's Jim to throw first. Game on. 83.
When you lose a leg like that, when you are the favourite against the person at the bottom of the table, you'll pontificate at the back of the stage thinking, not this game.
7.
And right now, his positive thought process has not been buoyed by anything.
Yeah, I think the eyebrows are raising, aren't they, here? Very uncharacteristic here from John Worsley on the back of what we've seen so far. But we say that, but he has
24.
been vulnerable, hasn't he, at times, John Worsley? And he's shown frailties. It's not like he's bossed this group. His highest average of the day so far, a 91. He's had a low of a 79. We look at his statistics across the board. 85 yesterday. So he's sort of running around about the 85, which is 6. Jim Mayer's not far off of him on the statistical data. He's just off of him in regards to the results.
99.
So as much as it would be a surprise, there are plenty of clues there to suggest that this is going to be closer, or could be closer, than on first inspection of just looking at the wins and losses column.
100.
I just want to get your thoughts as well on what Jim does in the scoring department, because he spends a lot of time on that treble 20 and he just doesn't cover.
180. Jimmy require 158.
Doesn't need cover right now. He needs double 19.
120.
Maybe we're starting to see a little bit more of what he can do. But as far as double 19 is concerned, what does he do? John Worsley's gone from famine to feast in this game.
Require 38. Game shot on a second
This
leg.
is the
Jim
ideal
Meyer.
start for Jim. 2-0 up against the table topper, and there are people in the practice room right now thinking,
Third leg.
go
It's
on, Jim,
John to throw first.
do us a favour.
Game on.
It'd make the league table very interesting again, wouldn't it?
Yeah, Stephen
60.
Johnston, after winning his last game, a match he could easily have lost, after losing to John Worsley earlier, he's probably starting to think, I'm not sure if this guy's going to be
100.
caught unless somebody does him a favour. And that person's name might just be Mia. But one trend that started to happen at the end of leg 2 was that Worsley started to get something going.
100.
At the start of this match, there were a lot of darts going low and right. Into the 1, into the treble 1. If he can get rid of that and find more accuracy like that,
100.
you just never know. He could win the next 4 legs.
Jim Mayer's got different ideas. Starting to get consistent now with finding that treble a visit.
100.
That is 8th score, where he's found one big power treble so far. And what that does is it's just pressurising this for John Worsley, who cannot leave a finish.
42.
Well, this is a lot better than his previous game. He did not play well at all against Lonsdale. That's why he was done 4-0.
40.
But there will be a little bit of hesitation if Jim gets close to that finishing line, because yesterday, on a couple of occasions, games went tight and he just couldn't get the job done.
134.
Well, you end up not just playing the game that's in
require
front of you, you play the
161.
continuum of all those missed opportunities and games that you've lost. But that's a nice inviting dart on the treble 20.
137.
No surprise to see him set
Johnny
that up
requires
beautifully.
69.
I was going to say a lot's lying on dart 1 here for Worsley. It's going to be a dart at the ball.
Game shot on a third leg. John Worsley.
Just taking a moment to appreciate the quality of that dart for John Worsley.
Fourth leg.
Not only the
It's
fact that
Jim
he
to throw
finished on the
first.
bullseye, but the fact that he
Game on.
recovered after a poor dart 1 the way he did, because it forced him onto the ball. At least keeping the dart straight on the target, missing the treble 19, he'd got a dart at the double, which is a
57.
significantly bigger target. To brush that aside and recover that, it's only 69 points, but that is a massive finish.
What did we say earlier?
85.
Win the moment. He won that moment. And when he hit that bullseye, I was envisaging the old Batman
62.
with some sort of inexplicable word and illustration like kapow. Because as soon as that bullseye goes in, this game changes.
60.
Is that a request to the program operators? Is it? We've got certain buttons we can press at times to bring up different things. Do you have a kapow button?
121.
If you bring a kapow button in here, I'm never leaving this place. I'll be pressing it every minute. Don't worry, if you do that, I'm sure the next stage would be
108.
to get a sign that says, do not press the kapow button unless absolutely necessary. Although you could have pressed it there for that 180. And if I may, we haven't had a lot of 180s today at all.
Well, until that one there from John Worsley and the one he hit earlier in this game, Worsley, Mayer and Johnston hadn't hit any.
$95. John, you require 76.
This is to turn the game around into his favour. To get his throwback.
56. Jim, you require 109.
Oh, that is not ideal. In the important moments,
66.
he just doesn't
John,
seem
you
to
require
have
20.
the composure of some of the others in this group.
Oh, he's hit that flight on the wrong side there.
Yeah,
that
on
one
a full
better.
flag. John Worsley.
Clearly saw what the problem was and found the target. I fully agree. Jim Mayer just held on to that dart far too long, completely throwing it
flag,
differently.
it's John to
It wasn't
throw
thrown
first.
like the ones he's thrown before.
Game on.
It was a moment thrown with the understanding of the context around it.
5.
He's got a real collection of one-segment visits in this game. It's becoming magnetic.
64.
Here he goes. Back to normal. Every time. Score of 5. Score of 180. Make sense of darts if you can.
83.
And 316 after 6 is not bad. But the journey to get there, it was very unusual.
41.
But he didn't panic.
We've seen that a few times in the game from Worsley, haven't we? The 69 finish, the shot there. And even though there is a little bit of
100.
fidgetiness here from John Worsley, I'm making words up myself there, fidgetiness.
I'll give you it.
It's all done out of the view of Jim Mayer. What Jim Mayer sees
130.
is a confident player who's top of the table. When he gets to the back, that's where there might be a bit of head shaking or a little bit of outwards expression.
74. John, you require 145.
I was going the other way.
70.
But recovers this time. At 2-0 down, the practice room would have been very buoyant.
43. John, you require
Now they're thinking, oh
75.
well, Jim's had his chance. That wasn't on purpose. Has he left himself on the old double 11?
64. Jim, you require 137.
Maybe there's another chance.
$97.
This is not
John,
simple.
You require 11.
Anything but simple. That's a wonderful dart, right in the middle of the single.
Game shot on the 5th leg, John Worsley.
And he got rid of a check out there that really did have anxiety attached. Because if he misses that, he could be behind again.
First. Game on. $40.
He's had to dig deep a few times this week so far, John Worsley, and so far every time he's been asked a big question, he has come up with the answers, which ultimately makes it even more impressive. Had he just had everything his own way and just been able to sort of canter through the group, you'd ask the questions of what he's going to be like when people lay it down to him, but so far he's rose to every challenge.
Well, let me put it to you in a slightly different way.
97.
If you went to an assault course and it was flat and all you had to do was walk to get to the end, you could say, I've accomplished this assault course by getting from start to the finish. But if you've got to go through mud, under barbed wire, over the wall with the ropes and the swings,
92.
and you still get to the end, in which scenario do you feel more accomplished? The one where you were challenged, or the one where you weren't?
94.
Right now, John has been scraped by barbed wire. He's covered in mud.
100.
He's currently trying to get over the wall with a bit of rope, and he's approaching the final ramp.
Well, there's that 72 finish we spoke about so many times today.
47. John, you require 72.
Double top.
32.
He hasn't turned it around just yet.
You require 156.
Jim Mayer thought he would, though. He put the darts down. So confident in Worsley's finishing ability at the 72. But this has to be perfect. No room for error.
$58. John, you require 40.
There's a little bit of room for error here.
Game shot.
But there's no error.
John Worsley.
And after losing the first couple of legs, Womble doesn't wobble. And he comes back to get yet another victory. He's on 16 points now with a game left. He might walk into Wednesday with an advantage and only losing one game in the first couple of days. So when we come back, now that that one's done by 4 legs to 2, we're going to see Lonsdale take on Astbury.
Welcome back to the party in Portsmouth here at the Modus Live Lounge.
And he was right.
Van Velzen's had opportunity, but it's Steve West that takes his opportunity.
Does he get one this time? The jury's out. Is the double in? Listen to that! And Jimmy Van Ski is still alive! He's made it! And Marvin Van Velzen!
Jimmy Van Ski probably felt he's already been out already tonight. Surely not again. Oh, Jimmy! It's a wry smile. What a finish! What a man! What a response!
Of the 5-time weekly champion. It's Jimmy Van Ski who makes the final! Are we, Jimmy? You bet we are! One leg to see who the champ is. Yes, he can! Marvin is the man!
Marvin Van Velzen!
Welcome back to Portsmouth, and a chance now for more points in the bank for Lonsdale or Astbury. Dan is sitting on 6 points, Lonsdale on 10, and he's got 2 people in his sights towards the top. But if Astbury was to get the points here, Matt, you got to think that Tom Lonsdale, with a deficit of 6 points between himself and the top, is starting to lose ground at a time where he can't afford to do so.
Well, a lot of what happens in this group, I think, is down to that man right there,
First
Dan
leg,
Astbury.
it's Tom to throw
He is the
first.
last
Game
player
on.
who will have the opportunity to beat John Worsley today, who has been toppled. But you feel if there's going to be hope going into
134.
day 3 and into decision day, Worsley's got to lose again. And Dan Astbury, from what we've seen so far, is going to be competitive. He's going to be a rival. But you almost feel he's involved in both situations here.
96.
You feel Lonsdale needs to beat him, but then he needs to bounce back and beat Worsley to keep things really interesting.
60.
That maximum to start this game was Dan's 3rd of the day.
$40.
And what Tom is trying to achieve here today, compared to his last visit here, is to make sure that he doesn't tail away towards the end part of the week. He's got to learn from his previous experience. He's got to figure out how to maintain focus, energy, and accuracy week long.
Dan, you require 121.
These are 2 of the shining lights
57.
of the ADC
Tom, you
system.
require 51.
Chance Tom.
Game shot of
Chance
first
taken.
leg, Tom Lonsdale.
After the maximum from Astbury, Tom was brilliant
Second
towards
leg,
the
it's
end.
Dan to throw first.
A maximum
Game on.
for himself gives him the first leg and 14 darts.
96.
I think you're right, though. I think the chasing pack of Johnston and Lonsdale, and
57.
in particular Gotthardt now, who's on 8 points, 8 points adrift. They need Worsley to lose again.
83.
My estimation for the winner of this group yesterday was 22. I'm sticking by it.
41.
For that to happen, Worsley would have to lose 4 matches, of which he's only lost 1, which suggests you think there may be some
100.
tricky moments on the horizon for Mr. Worsley.
I think there will be. In his previous game, he only averaged 81.31.
134.
You used that word vulnerable a little bit earlier today. He is, even though he's winning the majority of his games.
140.
But speaking of results, when you look at the performances of Dan Astbury,
99.
I think he's been a little bit harshly treated because he's been very good and consistent in that mid-80 range. Not converting it to results, though, yet.
70. Tom, you require
Last time he was here, he won Group A. I don't think he's going to win this one.
130.
That's a wonderful approach
Dan,
from
you
Tom.
require 12.
Better close the door, Dan. Otherwise, Tom's going to walk through it. Oh, no.
No score. Tom, you require 40.
I think he just closed it for him.
20. Dan, you require
How much
12.
does that frustrate a dart player when they've had the ideal approach, then their opponent misses,
On a second leg, Dan Astbury.
And there's only one person on that stage right now who is feeling somewhat negative.
Third leg, it's Tom.
He did everything he could to get a chance, and when he doesn't take it, that is a real sucker punch to yourself.
Well, yesterday,
140.
statistics, Dan Astbury, running average 85.85. It's good. The highest average he's thrown all day, 88.73, which means he was only 2 points his running average lower than his daily best.
43.
Which tells you he's going to be consistent. That tells me as well that all of his games, he was 6 visits or less in regards to what it takes him to
57.
win. We look at today's average, 85, 84, 85. Again, he's running at an 85 average for the day. He is going to be a problem somewhere, because these are stats where he could easily be top of the table with. I think he's got a big role to play in this group and this week.
I can't disagree with you.
121.
Which means I'm not going to. But this is the kind of game, isn't it? This is what Modus Super Series Action is all about. Discovering new talent.
39.
And giving them a vehicle
And you require 104.
to succeed. But every now and again, when you miss, your opponent might make you pay. But that is a... I was going to say a really, really bad word
63.
there.
Tom, you require 24.
But what I think of that dart pales into comparison of how he feels.
Game
And that is just a weird finish to leg 3.
Fourth flag, it's Dan to throw first. Game on.
I won't sugarcoat this. Dan has had 4 or 5 absolute shockers
58.
when it comes to singles over the last couple of days.
Maybe that is the answer. Why
60.
is Dan Astbury playing to the required standard of a player that should be challenging for the group title, but yet is down at the bottom, challenging for the wooden spoon? Why is that the case? Maybe it's just those one little moments, those odd darts here and there, that's just costing him these games.
86. 83.
More often than not, it's not a technical thing, it's a mental thing. You tend to switch off
140.
when you go for the bigger segments. Give them the full focus that they deserve. That's probably the one thing he's learned more than anything else this week. There was one game yesterday where he missed 2 singles in a row.
Rob Cross, Kevin Painter, fine examples of players who, if they want 46, they will do the single, stop, and then do the double, as if it's got its own individual section. And right on cue,
21. Tom, you
dropping
require
a clanger at the wrong time.
That is a wonderful checker from Tom. He's had a few ropey darts himself in this match, but he's had much more good ones than his opponent. And if we may look at his leg difference, if he can win this leg or the next,
96.
he will be in second position again. But then he will want Dan to win his last match to give him any sort of chance come Wednesday of winning this group.
40.
Collectively, as a group, they have improved today in regards to the big finishers. Yesterday, just 4 checkouts, over 100. Jim Mayer with 1.
100.
Gotthardt with 1, and Tom Lonsdale with 2. He's backed that up again today, Tom Lonsdale. That is second big finish of the day.
43.
Collectively, as a group, 5. So a little bit low on the usual in regards to the big finishers. Biggest one of all we've seen so far, Tom Lonsdale with a 140. That was earlier on today. I do expect as the week goes on that that number may increase.
43. $58.
I can see what Dan was trying to do there. 419s would have left 150.
57.
But when Tom addressed the Oki at the start of leg 5, he thought, this is the last leg of this contest, isn't it?
58.
It might still be the case. But he's going to need some good stuff if he wants to win 4-1. And he seems to have lost his way.
28. Dan, you require 130.
Sensible.
90.
I really like that. He's definitely got his head screwed on here in leg 5. But he can consider
64.
himself very fortunate
Dan, you require
to be
40.
coming back for a 7th visit to save the match.
Game shot of 5th leg.
Double
Dan
tops don't
Astbury.
come any better than that.
Sixth leg. It's Dan to throw first. Game on.
Henry was saying yesterday that these two could pass off as brothers. He's not wrong.
140.
There are a couple of sibling darts
40.
partnerships, aren't they, out there? Got the Hybrex, Kim and Ronnie. Remember the Palfreymans, Lee and Joey?
Don't get me started on the
140.
Palfreyman boys. The Wests?
How did I go to the Palfreymans before the Wests?
I don't know.
81.
Yeah, Lee was always seen as the better player, but Joey Palfreyman was always seen as the better character.
121.
I'm not going to go there with the whole Tony and Steve
140.
West,
Dan, you
who's the better
require
player thing.
100.
That's for them to settle. But as far as Super Series action's concerned, it's not even up for debate. Because Steve West has won 5 weeks here. Little bit late to the party, Tom.
180.
But just in case,
Dan, you require
you never
24.
know. You never
12.
know.
Tom, you
Always
require
give yourself
6.
a chance. And just like that, he could not wait to have a chance.
20. Dan, you require
It might be the only one he
12.
gets.
The let off there for Dan Astbury.
Game shot on the 6th leg. Dan
We go the
Astbury.
distance. Tom Lonsdale will have the advantage of throwing this last leg. This would be the one he
7th
eyed
and
up.
final leg. It's Tom to throw first.
But in a last leg
Game on.
shootout, when he's made a couple of errors, or which he's making none here.
180.
I was going to say, errors are amplified in this situation, but so are great shots, big shots like that.
Last 2 scoring visits, maximums.
59.
And the thing that makes the second one more impressive is that he's missed a match opportunity in between.
139.
And he's just missed dart number 6 to go into a potential 9.
If you're Dan Astbury here, there is nothing you can do. It is out of your hands. Even if he was playing
59.
good darts here, it would be completely out of his hands. You just sit and try and cling on and hope for mistakes, but he's not been able to cling
59.
on to the coattails here of Lonsdale, which has given him the luxury of as much time as he's going to need, you feel.
Yeah, what Dan needs right now is an implosion.
57. Tom, you require 123.
Pretty much akin to what we saw from MVG versus Kim Huybrecht in Belgium 2 years ago.
55.
In one as well, it's one of the weirdest legs that darts has ever seen.
134. Tom, you
He's
require
getting closer, Tom.
68.
You better get rid of it.
52.
Well, that's now 3 match darts missed over the last couple of legs.
$81.
And if he's not careful,
Tom, you require 16.
Dan could be lurking. Oh, that's a really good dart.
Tom Lonsdale.
Much needed. And Lonsdale, even though he only wins by 4 legs to 3, it's getting the 2 points that really, really counts. He is still in the race for the top spot, and he does go to second position over the top of Stephen Johnston for now, but he's got a big problem, and that problem is that the 4-point cushion of Worsley is still intact.
Very good dart. He's done it. Not today.
Yeah, there was a chance, but there's no chance there.
FG's taken over here, and he's
Definitely not him. It's definitely
he thinks
not
it's
him.
it.
Hold on. Yeah, no, I'm not giving you that.
The back end of the leg here, and it's not going to go the way I thought it was there. I was about to mention the fact that we do have that rule in place.
That is a great marker. And a great win for Ginge, who goes through. Oh, he's found it away days. He couldn't find the treble, but he can find the doubles. And he's found himself in the next round. Great dart. And I can't help but think that... Take like a 7 now. And he's found it. Sean Nyland has knocked out Darts for Fun, the favourite for the singles competition and the winner of the pairs.
I don't think is too bad an idea considering how the first 18 darts have gone for Ellis.
Is this the first time we're seeing tag team darts?
Oh, I'm not sure.
You're making the most of it, lads.
Time supporter and friend
Okay,
of
no,
Ellis.
maybe not. Not 1 second. Okay. Up we come.
Hold on.
What's
We're
your
doing the
name?
same now.
Okay, Jaden, you require 74.
He knows where he's going. 56, double 20. Oh, that's a good effort. That's a very good effort. He throws a lovely dart. I think we should send one of them down and let one of them play against Jaden. That's a good dart.
Plenty of dartboard to use for one of the most unorthodox ways you'll ever see a semi-final being won.
And that is good.
It's a nervy game, a nervy encounter. He is the favourite now to go on and win it, and he's trying to get... Struggled today with a bit of nerves. And that extra moment, that little bit of pause, that little bit...
Second dart.
Calm down a little bit, just relax into the game.
Oh, hold on. Yay! We have the first one coming into it, sir.
One of them things either loves or hates in a darts time. And he loves it! But that is...
It's Angry Jim!
Welcome back. We got one more round for you on Tuesday, and there needs to be movement in the table for the chasing pack, if they can still do it after what we've seen, because it's been more of a mixed bag today, but one thing that has remained is that 4-point cushion for John Worsley at the top. He will play in the final match against Dan Astbury, and the chasing pack of Lonsdale and Johnston, and maybe a little bit of Kai Gotthardt, will hope that John stumbles, but if he doesn't, he's going to have a very healthy lead going into Wednesday. So, one more for Kai Gotthardt against Jim Mayer. He will start as the favourite, even though he hasn't got the darts. But I just get the feeling, Matt Edgar, that coming into this one, Kai is feeling a little deflated after losing to Johnston 4-3, a game he probably should have won.
I think he'll be deflated when he looks at the league table when he got into the back room as well, because one thing you want is opportunity. There is only one opportunity, one chance to book yourself a place in Saturday night through this group, and that is by topping the table. Kai Gotthardt's chances of topping the table are pretty much gone. There are 10 points to play for tomorrow. There are 2 points still to play for today. If he picks up his full quota, which would be 12 points, if he picks that up, he can only reach 20, of which Worsley is only 4 points away as things stand. And he's still got 12 points to play for. The likelihood is Gotthardt does not win this group.
The scenario for Kai is that Worsley's got to have a nightmare from here.
7.
And he's going to have a dream end to his campaign.
45.
And psychologically speaking, after that defeat to Johnston, I can just see in his eyes that something has been extinguished a little bit.
140.
You've got to try and find what you need to get through the challenge. And in this game, his motivation
57.
is very simple. It's not just go up there and win. It can't be that clear cut. You've got to find a little bit of something else. I don't want to be the first person to lose to Jim.
100.
Go up there, prove yourself, and make sure that you aren't.
96.
I'm sure he's played against lots of people in the German Super League over the years
100.
where they're not having a very good day, but they can still be dangerous.
57. Jim, you require 154.
We've certainly seen signs from Jim Mayer that he's got the capabilities of winning games in this group.
120.
We've seen that from his last visit here to the Modus Super Series. We're seeing it throughout the day, but
92.
slightly puzzling lead.
Jim, you require 34.
I think he just wants to be a member of the Double 17 club.
No score.
Membership denied.
You require 154. $64.
Is he going to try
You
again?
require 34.
He's going to try a different door this time.
Game
And
shot
that door
on the
was
first
open.
leg, Jim Meyer. Second leg, it's Kai to throw first. Game on.
I've always been interested, you know, Matt, when it comes to, you know, chatting to Chris Mason in the past about old lakesides, where they had to stay up on stage for set upon set
81.
upon set upon set. And they wouldn't drink any water up there because they didn't want to have to use the bathroom in between sets
93.
because they were told to stay up there. Nowadays, we have a break after 4 to 7 legs.
60.
And in most darts productions, they have a break after a maximum of 2 sets. It's amazing how things
98.
change.
Yeah, it's something you don't really consider, isn't it? The sort of player experience when you look at mapping out
41.
a day
Oh,
or
you
how the
require
broadcast works. And you think
170.
it's all about when sort of commercials come in, don't you? But yeah, I didn't even think of it in that way. Because sometimes they'd be up there for 3/4, especially the World Championship final. I think they had one break, didn't they, in the sort of middle part of the game, and that's probably an hour's worth of time up there.
That's right.
95. Kai, you require 36. Game shot on second
That's a
leg,
good
Kai
riposte from
Gotthardt.
Kai, isn't it? A 13 darter gets him cooking.
Third leg, it's Jim to throw first. Game on.
I look at players like this,
43.
and I wonder, what is the biggest thing you're ever going to do on this sport?
119.
Maybe it's the kind of thing that keeps them up at night as well. Look at someone like Kevin Munch, for instance, from Germany. He beat Adrian Lewis
100.
on the Alexandra Palace stage. That's probably going to be the biggest thing he ever does.
57.
And if that's it, that's a big thing. But someone like Kai, someone like Jim, what could they possibly achieve?
45.
Could they do something greater than that?
Everyone wants that moment, don't they?
83.
It keeps people ticking over, keeps people encouraged.
And that's what this place does. It creates more moments. It has created great moments for Raymond Smith, for Conan Whitehead,
140.
for Marvin Van Velsen, for Scott Taylor. I
56.
think it's fair to say that Luke Littler's got a few moments in his career at the age of 17. And people like Jim McEwen, who were probably throwing darts about 10 years ago thinking, I don't know what I'm going to do in this sport. And now look what he's done.
84. Jimmy requires 78.
Oh, it's 78 again, so here comes treble 4. Oh, he's got the treble 18 this time.
66.
Well, he might not have like 3.
require 102.
Trying to leave double 14. He's tried that on a few
59.
occasions
Jimmy
from certain
requires
numbers.
12.
That could be awkward. Not awkward
he's on
enough.
the
That is a
third
really
leg.
good
Jim
dart
White.
from Jim. And I hasten to say that might be the best dart he's thrown today.
Full flag. It's Kai to throw first. Game on.
Very easy for me to sit here up in our very comfortable commentary box and say that's the best dart he's thrown this
37.
week. It isn't. Because the treble 20 he hit yesterday en route to a 112 finish, that was the best dart he's thrown this week.
41.
As we pass 1 o'clock local time, that means that
134.
Players' Championship action will commence up in Wigan as the PDC Pro Tour gets underway once again.
81.
It's been a busy, busy few weeks for those guys, including some of our regulars here who are getting regular invites because people are taking events off. Isn't that right, Matt?
Yeah, very, very busy period, isn't it? It's like Euro Tour weekend, Pro Tour midweek. We've got a lot of players who have been having a lot of success on the Challenge Tour now, getting opportunities there. Just in the opening game, you got players like Ted Everts, who was here not too long ago. He also played the double start week, which was possibly the start of a real resurgence for Ted Everts, reaching the final on that occasion, losing out to Robert Thornton. Andy Bolton in action, Jamie Atkins in action.
134.
Stefan Hendrick has got himself an invitation. The man known as Chips.
95.
I'm not kidding. He's got chips in the back of his shirt. Well, if he's up in Wigan, he's got to get pie and chips. Because the pie was invented in Wigan. Oh, yes. Oh, that's magnificent from Kai.
Kai Gotthardt.
Finishers don't get any sexier than that.
Fifth flag.
It's always one of them that feels really good as well, isn't it? Because you get that ball and there's always that temptation. Do I stay here or do I move away?
81.
I tell you what, that is a great leg. Leg 4, game 13 on Tuesday. What you got from that was
93.
pie, chips and champagne.
Well, in our old venue in Southampton, Scott Williams, the now PDC World Championship semi-finalist,
42.
his pre-match meal used to be a pie. And once he ate it that late that he felt bloated all night, and
96.
he actually still played like ridiculous level darts. And it's like, how you look like you're struggling with indigestion because you stuffed this pie down too late. But he was a big fan of the old pie
58.
carumba.
One thing we would say, based on what we do for a living, Matt, is that before a long day's darts, it's probably not conducive to have something wrapped in pastry as a pre-exertion piece of nutrition.
43.
Although, wasn't there a footballer once that had a pie at half-time?
It was a goalkeeper, wasn't it? It was the FA Cup, I believe it was, wasn't it?
Yeah, I think he got fired after that, didn't he?
He did get sponsored by the pie company, though.
136. Car you require 132.
And again? Oh. Last orders on the champagne apparently was in leg 4.
72. Jim, you require 141.
The disappointment was palpable when he missed the 25. Jim Mayer just can't seem to do anything the easy way.
60.
His opponents seem to have him measured. Great finish.
Fifth flag, Kai Gotthardt.
Just look at the way that dart reacted when it hit dart 2. He's turned this around, and we have a little bit of synchronized water drinking there.
To throw first.
It almost slid down the barrel, didn't it? And that's the advantage of the taper.
$96.
I wouldn't be surprised if Kai was a chef, because when it comes to the water on the stage, he doesn't waste any.
140.
He does throw with a fair bit of venom, doesn't he? There's a lot of right shoulder in his throat.
I think you need to, though, with that sort of barrel, because it's not something you can float. The way that's going to travel through the air is going to be very different to a traditional sort of standard barrel.
Yeah, I think he's gripping it towards the top of the barrel where that cut is. And because of the shape of the barrel, it's going to fly very fast.
$57.
Well, that was different, but if you do your maths, he's trying to get a 162
78.
to leave 88. He has left a 2 darter, and Jim might be confined to a 10th consecutive loss.
180.
Or is he?
Require 100.
Is that a parting shot for Tuesday?
80.
He's still got ambitions of getting that first win.
Game shot on
How intelligent was that dart? Just trying to use his own dart as a cushion. And now he's got the darts in leg 7.
Final leg. It's Jim to throw first. Game on.
There is a thought potentially here that if Jim wins, Kai might have to settle for Group C.
43.
Based on what we've seen.
But Jim's not been in this position for a while, has he?
59.
Certainly not today. Hasn't managed to get to the 3 legs in a game where you're in a last leg shootout, but he's handling it a bit better here. Treble with the opening dart just takes the pressure out of the situation.
Yeah, he was in a 4-3 with Kai yesterday.
60.
Kai was the better player, but they both had 13 darts at a double in that entire match, and Jim's already had 13 in this
58.
one. So he's going to need more darts at double than
96.
yesterday. If you're playing well and you expect to win a match in this venue,
78.
on the whole, you're going to need about 12. If you're needing more than 12, you're running the risk of needing
140.
mistakes from your opponent. But if I may say so, the mistakes from Kai have come in the scoring department, not the doubles.
Kai, you require
He's actually 3 from 4.
46. Jim, you require 122.
Is he going to get a match start? A double 7.
108. Kai, you require
If he loses this
100.
match now, he will be crushed. But he's going to get another
60.
chance
Jim, you require
to get
14.
off the mark against one of the favourites for the group at the start of yesterday.
Game shot.
It's a
And
first
the match,
win,
Jim
and he's
Meyer.
off the mark in game number 10 in Group A. And Kai Gotthardt, who's going to have to settle for 8 points in his first couple of days. He's lost his last 2 matches of today's campaign, and because of that, he will have a mountain to climb, not only to try and get into Group B, but if he's to win the group, he needs a miracle. As for others, the likes of Johnston and Lonsdale, Astbury and Worsley, they've got one more match to go.
Hang on a minute.
Wow! Oh my God! Well, that's £100 down the drain already.
Itching to hit the 180.
He's gone for the maximum. 18 for the bull. Bull.
53.
No, he said bull. That's a great first start from Adam. Oh, look at this. He's going to leave Scape.
Oh, can you believe it? That is unbelievable. Get match starts to put his team into the final. And through to the final they go. Charlie Murphy has hit the match-winning dart on both occasions. Double 4 for the title.
Game shot out the net. Please show your appreciation for the winner of the Influencer Pairs event, George Scaife and Adam Lipscomb.
He seems to be out, that's what he is. Charlie Murphy. A couple more visits yet. We're not going to need that.
Oh, Bosh.
Pie Face is through. He gets
And he's absolutely buzzing.
It was a game that Pie Face dominated throughout.
Welcome back, darts fans, and welcome to the penultimate game of Tuesday. So, Stevie Johnston up against Tom Lonsdale. This is the mirror match of Game 2 on Monday. That was 4-3, and just like yesterday, we could possibly get 4 7-leg matches to finish our campaign. But the narrative coming into this one is very, very simple. Whoever
First
wins
leg, it's Stephen to throw first. Game on.
will be second overnight. The reason we know that is because they have the same points and they have the same leg difference. There you can see it.
81.
Positions 2 and 3, +6, 12 points. Whoever wins will have the lead.
81.
But Matthew Edgar, what we're starting to see now is separation between the top 3 and the next 3.
Oh, there's a clear divide now,
57.
isn't there? See Johnston there, 12 points in 3rd position. Where 4th position now, Kai Gotthardt, 8. Due to the fact that he's the first player to lose to Jim Mayer, and his hopes of winning the group are all but gone now. Especially with just 10 points still to play for.
41.
But not only is the winner of this looking at being in 2nd position, but the winner of this game is also looking at being in a position where it could be in their own hands still.
100.
Depending on the result in the last, when Dan Astbury has the advantage of throwing first against the man top of the table, John Worsley.
30. Stephen, you require 139. 43.
There's another thing on the line as well. Whoever wins this one
58. Stephen, you require
might just be the
96.
player of the day. That treble 1 has been a magnet at the start of the last 2 visits. He's got 74 left. Now he hasn't.
76.
Got to go bull with the last start here.
64.
Well thought out.
Stephen,
He
you
gets that one
require
right.
20.
Oh, that was a bit wild.
Tom, you require 107.
He won't be happy with dart 1 or 2 there, a long, long way off the target. He will get a chance to put it right though. Tom Lonsdale unable to take out the 170.
Stephen, you require 5.
Just about gets the single 1.
Game shot
And
of
the double
first
1
leg,
eventually.
Stephen Johnston.
That leg is 1, but in 24 darts, I'm not sure he'll be too pleased
Second
with it.
leg, it's Tom to throw first. Game on.
Yesterday I was talking
100.
about national records when it comes to averages here at the Modus Super Series. It's just something we can talk about.
60.
Records that people will be proud of. But there are going to be a lot of games like this where averages do not matter. And if I may say so, in the previous game, the average of Gotthardt compared to Mayer, it was puzzling.
60.
The German had 6 more points as an average. He had a better doubles percentage by a mile. And even with a 78 average, Mayer was afforded 11 misses at double. Dart statistics sometimes can throw up
100.
a real whopper to keep you puzzled.
$47. $140.
The signs aren't great here for Tom. Unless he starts to click with that first dart, he might be in trouble.
100. Stephen, you require 141. 125.
He's
Tom,
got
you
one of the biggest
require
finishes
140.
of the day with a 140. He's not going to replicate it.
80. Stephen, you require 16.
He wasn't in trouble before. He is now.
Shot on a second leg, Stephen Johnston.
This is the game that everybody is challenged by.
Get Stephen to throw first.
5th game of the day. This is where your energy levels and your focus get tested the most. You've played 5 games in a day, Matt.
Oh, it's not easy.
It isn't at all.
57.
Especially in this environment where you haven't won them all. Because when you're winning, it doesn't matter how many games you play, you just want to keep playing. But when you've had a couple of defeats and maybe your performance hasn't, that's where it becomes tiring.
140.
I can say from my own experience playing from home in 2020, where this project started.
130.
We used to play 6-7 games a day. Best of 9.
140.
We did not have any trouble sleeping those days.
101. 43. Tom, you require 160.
He might have to hit this. Just a little bit of a late release on that second dart. And
Stephen,
Johnston spends no time thinking. Double 11. Less time thinking, more time hitting. And for the second time today, we see the arms out wide.
4 flag. It's Tom to the right.
I'm very, very happy with this result so far. It couldn't be any worse for Tom.
Well, let's just
100.
stay on that thought pattern a little bit longer, because actually it's not just the result, it's how it happens. At this stage of the tournament, when we look at that leg
83.
difference, this could be a fatal blow to Tom Lonsdale's chances if he was to lose this by 4 legs to 0, because he doesn't have many legs on the legs difference column to lose.
So there you go. Oh, how things can change.
134.
What was all square is now separated, and that is just a provisional 14 points that Stephen Johnston has.
60.
That's the provision that he does win this match. But if he was to win it 4-0, for example,
60.
he'd go to plus 10. Lonsdale would go to plus 2.
96.
Sometimes this format is not just about how many games you've got left. It's about who you're playing. Tom has not had a darted double in this match, and he may not get one. Bullseye.
Game shot.
What a way to Johnston has just levelled Tom Lonsdale in the final game that they will play today. And he was simmering under the surface all day. I think he's just apologised for that outburst, but at times throughout the course of Tuesday, he's had to temper that to make sure he got the best out of himself. That's 4 wins from 5 today for the Scotsman. Job done for him, but now it's time to see if John Worsley can keep his 4-point cushion intact. Thanks for joining us for one last game here on Tuesday in week 4 of Series 9. And it's all about John Worsley this match, with all due respect to Dan Astbury, who occupies the 5th position in the table. If he can pull off the victory with the darts, he will do Stevie Johnston the biggest favour possible here at the end of Tuesday's session. John, however, who started with a 4-point cushion at the start of today, he would love to have that intact when he goes into Wednesday. What was 10 points at the start.
First leg, it's Dan to throw first. Game on.
He's now trying to turn into 18. Is he going to do it, Matt? Or can Dan stop him?
59.
I've said all the way through today that I feel Dan Astbury is going to be a nuisance somewhere. Is this the time where it's going to happen? There is so much when you look through the day's play and you look through yesterday's play to suggest there is more to come from Dan Astbury in regards to the wins column.
So what you're saying is you want him to upgrade himself
55.
from being a pest to a womble pest.
Well, there's one thing for sure. The other players in this group will certainly be hoping that is the case,
81.
because it will keep that possibility of top place alive for players like Steve Johnston, Tom Lonsdale. They can't afford Worsley to get to 18 from a
57.
possible 20 points.
One thing's for sure, though. John's going to have a chance of a wire-to-wire victory in Group A.
41.
That's a phrase that's usually reserved for when people lead round 1 of a golf tournament and they end up leading after every single round.
60.
Worsley has never been off top spot in this group pretty much.
97. $41. John, you require 142.
Start of this game is very, very appropriate because Dan looks a bit downtrodden after some of the things that's happened to him today, especially that 4-3 loss to Lonsdale in Game 12. That was a bitter pill to swallow.
26.
I wouldn't be surprised if his energy levels were a little bit low.
$59. John, you require 116.
Chance for that immediate break. He needs to get one at some point. Might as well get it out the way.
76.
Not just yet.
Dan, you require 170.
We've seen some great finishes today. That 1-3-2 from Gotthardt. It was so
59.
pure.
John, you require
But the 144 from Worsley.
Game shot on the first leg, John Worsley.
I'm going to give that finish of the day. Not that tops, by the way, the 144.
Second leg.
When he
it's
hit that
John to
against
throw
Johnston,
first. Game on.
he was 2-0 down, and it sparked him into life. And considering who he's trying to bat off at the minute, that 144 takes on more significance now than ever.
57.
It's an easy one to pick, isn't it, when you look at the numbers and you go, well, that's the biggest finish we've seen so far. Of course it's the best, but it was the context around it that made it so good.
Because if he doesn't hit that, he's probably 3-0 down.
83.
And we do not see many people win from 3-0 down at all here. Once, twice a week tops.
59.
I wonder what colour John's going to wear tomorrow.
60.
He has got one of the best dart shirt collections out there.
Doesn't he design and make them as well, doesn't he?
He does. He cuts out the middleman.
95.
Very, very good. Over the last couple of days, we have not seen a massive amount of maximum shots. In fact,
99.
only twice have we seen anybody have 3 maximums in a match. One of those times, it was Worsley against Mia. And that was in game 11 today. But what is this?
81.
It's a fortunate layup is what it is.
108.
What's going on here? Tops.
88.
Was he going for that
Johnny
8?
require
Or did he
40.
miss the 16?
Well, we know what Worsley's going for here. We know what he's going for, but you can't hit it.
20.
Do you see the angle that dart went in? It went in almost sideways. Oh, that flight's in the way now. Apparently not. Forget about what I said. It's 1-1. Yeah, but that dart of Worsley really was weird.
Game up.
Either it got a strange deflection on the previous shot, or that came out of the hand all wrong.
100.
It'd be something that will frustrate him as well, because after breaking the throw, the last thing you want to do is give it straight back, especially in this short format style of play.
100.
I was talking with Trina Gulliver on Saturday night about the format of best of 7. It's as popular now as it's ever been. It's not just because of this place.
58.
It's because of County Darts and their revolution as well. They've gone to best of 7, haven't they?
They have, and I'd like to see the county system evolve just a little bit more as well. I would like to see the format extended even further,
89.
but the amount of players significantly reduced.
So what would you do instead of, say, 12 A-team men?
140.
Would you have it at 8 and best of 11?
I wouldn't go 8 because it keeps that draw alive. I like things that have to have a definitive answer. I'd go 7 players.
174.
Well, that big call from Matt about County Darts is greeted with an amazing shot from John.
John, you require.
Can he couple it with a 138? There's another one of those darts that's gone in sideways. It may not have been a deflection.
Dan, you require 124.
Watch out.
99.
Super close.
John, you require
And John was holding his
104.
breath. He might still be. Well, go to the 48, John, if you don't like the lie.
$88. Dan, you require 25.
The old ironic treble. Got it 1 dot too late.
$21.
And that categorises
John, you
the last couple of
require
days for Dan.
16.
There's just been too much of that. Handing opportunities to the person who's at the top. You can still see it.
Game shot
Just
of third
about.
leg, John Worsley.
That was a very impressive third dart, wasn't it, for a 2-1 lead? And that break has come again.
Fourth flag. It's John to throw first. Game on.
Now, I've saved this until you came in, Matt. Is there anybody in World Darts who has a more pronounced prod than John Worsley? It's so rigid.
81.
Towards the end, he's almost hyperextending the elbow. What's your thoughts on it?
There's been a few examples, hasn't there, in the past? I'm
96.
trying to think of the name. Amoko Stompe was one, wasn't he? He had quite a prod. Andy Hamilton.
Now you can see that elbow, it's fully extended.
100.
What that does is it fully engages the right tricep, which does give a little bit more tension. You've got to make sure that the arm is relaxed when you throw.
100.
But you can see the follow through as well. It's not straight. It goes to his right. Look at the hand. It goes away from him.
100.
It's an unusual action, which is quintessentially Worsley.
99.
I do not know anybody else that I've seen on my travels who throws like he does. The only other person that I know of that is anywhere close to him is also Welsh. Nick Kenny. When he starts, he has this pronounced straightening of the arm.
59. John, you require 160.
If you eliminate that piece, the throw itself is beautiful.
$60.
Yeah, I
you
heard
require
a
147.
very good line from... Oh, hold on a second. From a darts coach that I rate very highly,
95.
who said,
John, you require
people focus on the
100.
wrong things. They focus on what people do differently, not what everyone's doing the same.
Game shot of
Well,
full
one thing that's
flag.
different
John
in this
Worsley.
game is that Worsley is definitely cruising towards that 18-point total after 2
Fifth
days.
flag. It's Dan to throw first.
And that point comes
Game
down
on.
to the fact that whenever people discuss things like coaching, go, well, you can't say because he throws like this and he throws like this and he throws like this, but they're all doing a lot of fundamentals that are the same and have to be replicated within every single throw. And then those things that are different are the things that people tend to be drawn to. But ultimately, like you say, the actual mechanics of the throw are all there, despite the fact that they are set up completely different.
One thing that infuriates me is that
60.
when somebody succeeds, some people think, I have to throw that way. No, you don't. You have to throw like you do. But there are fundamental things
96.
that if you get them right, you're more likely to improve or to stay good. For instance, how many dart players do you know who are
134.
right-handed who have a left foot first? None. Why? Because it doesn't make sense.
137.
Really good from John. He may just finish up his campaign for 2 days here in Portsmouth by bettering the best
58.
finish of the group
John, you require
by 1 point.
145.
Well, call me crazy, but I think you should have gone bull with
Dan,
a
you
second
require
dart.
149.
Take the 45 off. You could even get 70 to leave 75. And now he's lumbered on 2 little snowmen to get the job done
97.
when this could have been a bit
John, you
easier.
require 88.
Can he finish on the bullseye? Just like Johnston?
63.
There's your answer.
Dan, you require 52.
You mentioned Johnson. Johnson will be watching this, hoping that Dan Astbury can hit this double 8. Which he can't.
36.
And that may be
John, you
the
require
last darts he gets to throw
25.
today.
And the chance of people catching Worsley, that chance is getting slimmer by the game. He's now missed 3 match
you
darts.
require 60.
How's the Womble?
Game shot
He's
of
going to have
fifth
to start
leg,
again.
Dan Astbury.
He looks frustrated at the back of the stage there.
6th leg, it's John to throw first.
When you've had 3 darts over the course of 2 legs, 1 being a bullseye shot and 2 being a primary double, you do somewhat criticise yourself internally.
28.
How much of what we are seeing do you put down to the fact that there's a little bit of reputation with Worsley and the fact that all the players in this group would love to be a tour card holder? They've not been there yet. They know Worsley has, because he's doing nothing better than anyone in this group, other than that bit of timing earlier with that incredible 144. Statistics-wise, match play-wise, he's doing nothing better. If anything, at times is below the standard of the group, but he keeps winning.
I think what he's doing well is he's just focusing on bettering the player that's next to him instead of trying to put in these massive performances that he doesn't really need to. And there's something else, Matt. He's the only person in this entire group who has won one of these weeks.
58.
So as far as reputation is concerned, check 1 box, check 2 boxes.
And I think that's playing its part here.
100.
I think players are struggling to raise it and serve it up to him. Certainly then when they look at the table here and see that he's top of the tree.
56. John, you require 154.
That is going to remain the case no matter what happens in this game. But if he was to slip up,
45.
and his advantage is only 2 points overnight compared to 4, that means that people have got closer to him today.
58. John,
And that will give them confidence.
109.
Which double does he want? Double top is match dart 4.
Game shot.
He really did think that out very, very well. As soon as he gets the 60, he says, right, I want this done. The single 9 was very well thought out. He hits the tops. He doesn't look particularly pleased. Maybe not with the performance, averaging 82.89 and 4 out of 14 on the doubles. But what he's done the last couple of days is win a great deal of games, 9 out of 10. When we come back, it will be Matt and myself just having a little glance over what we've seen today.
It's Bill, the Power Taylor. Gaza, Glenn Durant. Game, shot, tournament. It's Wolfie, Martin, Adam. Jackal The King of Bling, the Dazzler, Bobby George.
Game, shot, out.
Well, that's day number 2 in the books, and we'll have a little glance now at the results that we've seen over the course of the last 15 games. A bit of a mishmash today, but towards the end, we saw a little bit of strength when it came to having the darts. You can see that it was a final 2 wins for Worsley, easy for me to say. Then Lonsdale Mayer getting his first win of the day. Johnston with that key win over Lonsdale, but Worsley getting that final win there, Matthew Edgar. Really interesting to get that 4-point cushion overnight.
It's vital, isn't it? And the thing is, now he's won 9 from 10. He's 18 from a possible 20 points. That is hard to catch, which just goes to show that the players that are in contention, like Stephen Johnston, doing so well. When we look at John Worsley and the way his day has gone, he hasn't had everything his own way. I said on commentary that I felt at times that I don't feel he's much better than the standard of the group. It's timing and moments, and big moments like the 1-4-4 finish when it looked like it was all starting to get away from him. It was starting to ravel. And maybe that's that quality that you get from playing on the Pro Tour, and the quality you get that you need to be able to win weeks like he has here at the Super Series. There's not much difference, but there must be something underlying for him to be that good on the results.
So he's been pretty good today, getting 4 wins from 5. Also getting 4 wins from 5, Stevie Johnston. We didn't see a great deal of the passion and the gumption that we associate with the Scotsman, but towards the end, we got a really big dose of it when he was bageling someone at the end.
I remember Michael Smith, world champion Michael Smith, said to me after running round the stage and doing laps of it at the very start of a game, he says, "What are you doing? Like, hold something in, keep something for yourself, and then let it out at the end." Stephen Johnston, in his previous experiences here, has probably got carried away with the moment and let that dictate him to the point he's let it all out way too early. Today, kept it bottled in, controlled aggression. Before we just got aggressive aggression. Now he's got controlled aggression, which has made better performance. And at the end, boy, did he let it out.
What did you make of Lonsdale today? Because for me, it was a bit up and down. There were some pretty good moments, but towards the end, he just seemed to run out of steam.
I think you've hit the nail on the head there. He really did sort of struggle towards the back end. That big 4-0 defeat, that's going to affect the legs difference column. That is our second deciding factor. And quite often there's a point where we look at the group and we go, even if he wins this, it's not really going to make much effect because he's too far behind on the legs difference. So he's got to come out and put something big in tomorrow early to try and sort of rectify the issue there. But a 4-0 could really affect his chances now.
Well, let's have a look at the table. This is what we're going to have going into Wednesday. A nice 4-point cushion for John Worsley. Stephen Johnston, he will hope to get a hot start tomorrow, just like today, to try and catch John towards the end of the Wednesday campaign. But Tom, is he in of it, or is he a bit out of it now?
He's 6 points away, so, I mean, for him to have a chance, he's got to have 3 fixtures go his way. That's him winning 3, his opponent losing 3 in John Worsley, and in between there now, he's got Stephen Johnston who he needs to lose. So this is that sort of situation that we had a few weeks back in a Group B campaign when Mike Warburton somehow came through, and he needed 7 out of the 10 fixtures the second night to go his way, and it did. It's not impossible, just highly, highly improbable. And for this to happen, we're talking maybe 9 out of the 15 fixtures, maybe more have got to go his way. And that's just to get him in contention. He's then got to see the back end of the day out as well. So, in short, he's out.
Fair enough, Matt. Thanks for joining us today. We'll look forward to seeing you again tomorrow from 9:30 in the morning. We will culminate everything that is going to happen here in Week 4 of Series 9. In Group A, of course, the Womble is wandering free. He is very much the winner in waiting. Is that going to be the case? Join us tomorrow to find out. It's bye for now.